Why, hello, welcome. This is the Swords and Starships Channel. I am Captain Garrett, and welcome to the Captain's Cast, your premier vessel of exploring entertainment, movies, nerd culture. Boy, have we got Captain. The Captain has been working diligently for you, working to get a nice stack of stuff for us. Fu Man Blue in the chat. Hail. Here we are again. Star Fury, welcome in. We are loaded for bear. So your captain, who is a servant leader, subjected himself to the Little Mermaid. And I have to say, right off the top, I have to make a confession. Disney's The Little Mermaid live action starring Halle Bailey has proven me wrong. It has persuaded me that this is one of the most, if not the most important film in all the Disney canon. And I was wrong. I was wrong. And I have amends to make, and we will get into that. I will explain why I consider this to be one of the most important films of the year, why it must have an Oscar as quickly as possible, and why your captain must apologize to all the people he has insulted for not seeing the beauty and the brilliance of the Disney reimagining strategy. And we have, and it's made me reconsider. I was going to play the Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning trailer, which is brand new, which just dropped for you. And I was going to report to you that it is an excellent trailer. But I, having seen The Little Mermaid, I feel it is incumbent upon me to inform you it is awash, my friends. Awash in toxic masculinity. And so we will review and deconstruct it. And no, we are going to get into all of that. And the Star Trek Strange New World Season 2 trailer dropped. I'm so excited. I've changed my mind about that too. I love Star Trek Strange New Worlds because new content and because Anson Mount is in it. And that means it's good. So we're going to get into all that. Welcome. Hi, how are you? I am Captain Garrett. This is the Swords and Starships Channel, and this is the Captain's Cast. Please hit that like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't already, or just hang around. Whatever you want. We do what we feel here. In any case, the vessel is about to depart. So, why don't we begin with, before we get to The Little Mermaid, because I have so many important things, my friends. So many important things to tell you about this. You just won't even believe it. Before we get there, I have to pause for a moment and tell you I have some unfortunate news. So it's a bit of a somber note. An actor I am a huge fan of. He's kind of a character actor. Kind of came out of nowhere. Has passed away unexpectedly. And so I'm going to, right off the top, take just a moment to talk about the great Ray Stevenson. The great Ray Stevenson. And give you my feelings on this. So if you don't know, this from Cosmic Book News, Ray Stevenson, this really upsets me deeply because I love this actor. I really do. He was in RRR. He played the governor. Actually, one of his most paper-thin roles ever, but he's so awesome that he just made that character excellent. So I love seeing him in it. But yeah, he died at age 58, which is far too young. Rest in peace, Ray Stevenson. He was in Thor, Punisher. He looks badass as a Sith. I'm not super excited about the Ahsoka trailer, but I will admit, seeing him holding a red saber is pretty rad. And that if I didn't know that it was Disney Star Wars, I'd be super, super excited. Star Fury says, what screw ups have we got this week? I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you, Star Fury. But as I explained, there are. I was wrong. Little Mermaid proved me wrong. I'll explain in a minute. But first, a short tribute to Ray Stevenson, if you'll permit me. One of my favorite roles, like absolutely favorite role, was he played the bad guy in Dexter season 7. He played this Russian, actually no, he played a Ukrainian mob leader called Isaac Sirko, and he was just one of the most badass characters in that whole series. And I loved the whole storyline with that character. And he played this kind of super refined, very high class, but like super lethal and brutal mob enforcer, and it was just great. It was really great. But there's another role he was in, and in keeping with the Swords and Starships title, I feel this is what I want to play in tribute to Ray Stevenson. So here we go. Real Pirates of the Caribbean, by the way. It is awesome. It is bloody. It is full of real historical pirates, Blackbeard being one of them. And Ray Stevenson plays Blackbeard, a.k.a. Edward Teach, who was a real pirate, and he is fantastic. This is my favorite portrayal of Blackbeard I've ever seen. And that show is excellent. It also has fictional characters in it because it's actually sort of a prequel to Treasure Island, which is a really interesting concept. So, but it blends history with fiction. It sort of blends the Robert Stevenson Treasure Island universe with the real history of the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's an excellent show. Check that out. If you are feeling a little bit lost in our content world these days, Black Sails. It's on Stars. Oh, I owe that one a rewatch, my dear sailors and star nuts. But yes, hat tip and a salute to Ray Stevenson. Godspeed, sir. Godspeed. He was a great actor, and he shall be missed. Shall be missed. So, with that unhappy news, but celebration of a great career done, I think it is time that we discuss The Little Mermaid. So I have to tell you, I bought a ticket to this movie, which was extremely excruciating to do. I have to tell you, I was like, I really went back and forth for like 2 days. I'm like, am I going to do this? It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. I can't do this. But then I was like, no, I was like, I'll pick a showing that hasn't sold many tickets yet because I just don't want to be the dude sitting in The Little Mermaid by himself. Look, I am a critic. Your captain is a critic of great repute, and therefore it is my business to be there. So I get to the theater. Now, I have been doing this for several years now. It occurred to me one day, this was years ago, I was going to the theater, and you know this thing where you're not supposed to bring outside food and beverage into theaters? You can't do it. If you do it, they'll ban you. Well, I just one day thought, does anyone still enforce that anymore? Like, that's so outdated. That's so silly. Like, does anyone really care? And I just started going to theaters, sometimes with a Starbucks in my hand, and sometimes they'd kind of look at the Starbucks, you know, and I just wouldn't care. And then I buy concessions. I'm like, look, I'm buying a ticket. Anything I can buy here, I'm buying here. Like, it's reasonable to me that I can bring in the thing you don't sell that I want to have with me while I watch the movie. And so I've been doing this. And I've not really been hassled. You know, when I can just put it in a pocket, if it's like something like, you know, a snack, I'll just do that, you know. But like if it's a Starbucks, I can't really. So I go to the theater. And I've gone to this theater before and done this, and they haven't hassled me over it. Well, this time they decided to make a bone about it. So here I am sweating. I'm just sweating as I'm like, yes, I'm here to pick up a ticket. Oh, and they said, you know, like, just give them the card and they'll give you the ticket. I'm like, I want this transaction to be unspoken. That's what I want. But instead, what do I get? What do I get? What movie, sir? Uh, I'm like, it's here's the card. Just give me the ticket, whatever comes up. And so I give him the card, and like, and by the way, you can't. I just bought this too. It's the new espresso with the brown sugar in it. I love it. I have this latte, and they're like, you got to get rid of the latte or the espresso. It's the espresso is what it was, and I got to get rid of it. And I said, seriously? There's no one else in the theater at this time, by the way. I'm the only customer at this moment, and I'm like, this is in a area where beggars cannot be choosers, as theaters go. Let's just put it that way. And so I said, well, I had this whole thing in my head of like, if they house me over it, I'll just be chill, and I'll just kind of like, I'll just be like, oh, no, it's cool. Look, I'm buying stuff. It's not a big deal. I'm sure you don't mind if I just enjoy my coffee. In my head, this is how this conversation went. I think because of the stress of having to see this movie and just the whole situation, I just kind of reacted, and I just said, well, I'm taking it into the theater anyway. Well, the manager was standing right there, I think. I think it was the manager. And well, he just got excited when he heard me say that, because he just immediately was like, well, no, you're not. No, you're not, sir. And I said, well, you know what? Give me a refund right now. And he's like, okay, fine. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yes, sir. We will get you a refund. And he was one of the snottiest people. Like, I could tell this was the highlight of his life, that he just got to give a refund to this asshole customer. And I said, you know, I was going to buy popcorn. I was going to buy a soda. I am buying a ticket to your theater. This is a product you don't have. You don't have coffee at this theater. That is why I brought the coffee. And he's like, that's fine. That's fine. We don't allow it. The sign's on the door. And I'm like, you know what? You can get your money from someone else. And I was like, screw you. And I left, and I drove all the way back home. So how did I see the movie, you might ask? Well, let's just say I procured an alternative venue, and I will leave it at that. But I saw it, all 2 hours and 20 minutes of it, and I was all ready to hate it. And I've got to tell you, The Little Mermaid is a glorious triumph. It is a glorious triumph of diversity. It is a glorious triumph of beauty. And, you know, I had this whole shtick plan for the live stream, and I can't keep it up. I can't. You know, here's what I think. So in this film, they have done this weird thing that usually Disney reserves for like made-for-TV movies. Like, They did the Peter Pan and Wendy thing with it. They basically did full Peter Pan and Wendy. For no explicable reason, they just made Eric's world, which they've recontextualized as, I think, a Caribbean island, roughly. They've recontextualized it as a small island country in which it is multicultural. It is a multicultural melting pot where every race is represented. And and the thing about it, as I'm watching this movie, right, I'm thinking to myself, I get what this, you know how I always say, in woke storytelling, the audience is not observing the film, right? The audience is not observing the film. The film is observing you. The film is inviting you to have the wrong attitude about it. And it's testing you. It's saying, are you going to be proven a bigot? Or are you going to be proven to have the right attitude about life? And this is how the test comes out, right? Now, obviously, I believe in a meritocracy. I believe in maximum individual liberty. Therefore, I believe in a colorblind society. I believe in a cultural melting pot, right? Those are all my beliefs. Yet this film puts me in the position of having to say, this is weird. Why is this such a multiracial island, but there's no explanation for it? Like, there's no, but then I can already hear the subtle critique of the media and the people who wrote this woke piece of trash, basically saying, well, that's just because you're a bigot And you just don't, this is a fantasy world. It's a fantasy world. Anyone can be of any race in a fantasy world. It's like, okay, fine. If you actually meant that, you would have a point. This is the problem with wokeness and tokenization of characters, which I thought, Ariel, race swap, fine. I was kind of over that at this point. I had no idea, my friends. I had no idea how far they went in this movie. It's weird. It is freaking weird, the choices they made in this movie. All of Triton's daughters are a different race. Every single one of them. There's an Asian. There's a Latina. Every single one of them is a different race. But they're all his daughters. Now, you might say, well, maybe he's been fruitful. Maybe Triton has a harem, which actually, Disney, I would dare them to say that. Just say that he had a daughter by different mothers, and that would actually work. It would actually fit. But they actually make a point in the movie to say they're all from the same mer woman. The same matron. The same mer matron. Would it be a mer matron? The same mer matron had all those multiracial daughters. I'm like, what? What is it the woke want? I mean, I'm serious about this. What do you want? Do you want us to have all movies in which there's no race does not matter? We are to disregard genetic, ancestry. We're to disregard that. There is to be no attention paid. You know what? Then in that case, I agree with you. I hereby agree with the woke. I agree we should no longer, in any media whatsoever, have any concern for the racial makeup of an actor who is cast for any role in any film for any reason whatsoever. It should be truly colorblind. There should be no impact, which is why I would like the following films to be made with the exact same multiracial cast. Latinas, Asians, white people, all of them in Moana, Lilo and Stitch, Encanto, Coco, Raya the Last Dragon. See, Raya the Last Dragon, right, takes place in an Asian fantasy world. Oh, but see, since it's a fantasy world, we can now bring in people of color from other groups, right? We can bring in Latinos. We can race swap Asian characters to be Latino or to be black. Or, well, we can't make them white. Wait, oh, that's right. In this theoretical world that they want, it really truly would not matter. It would just be the best person for the role. So a couple of white characters can take the places of an Asian character. And then in Encanto, which is a fictional Colombian fantasy world, we can go ahead and put in Asian actors to take the place of some of the Latino characters. We can have, this is a beautiful world they're building for us. I'm so glad that this is what they want, right? They want a colorblind society. Wait, what? They would never be okay with that? Why? Because the culture of Colombia or Mexico or a land in Asia, it should be authentic to that culture. Because if we weren't authentic to that culture, if we did race swap in those other properties, what would that mean, my dear friends? Well, that would mean that we were culturally appropriating, and that is problematic. That is problematic. But do you want to know what The Little Mermaid actually is? It is a giant multicultural appropriation of European culture. Now, look, do I actually give a shit? Honestly, no. I'd tokenize all the characters you want. If you want to imagine this fairy tale in which clearly what was meant to be in the original source material, Hans Christian Andersen, who wrote the original fairy tale, is himself Danish. It is a European fairy tale. It is a European story based on European traditions. And therefore, it would only follow by their logic, not mine. I don't think cultural appropriation is a thing. That doesn't really exist. That is a bizarre, mentally insane attitude that the woke have created to invent a problem where none exists. But in their worldview, there is such a thing as cultural appropriation, which means, ergo, this entire movie is an exercise in culturally appropriating European culture. Now, here's my question. Why? I thought European culture was a cultural tradition of slavery, industrialization, capitalistic oppression, the patriarchal treatment of women as chattel property, slavery. I could go on all day. I thought the European, aka Western civilization tradition was evil and colonialistic and deeply racist. So explain to me then, why are they riding around in carriages that look like 18th century European, like French, Spanish, English carriages? Why are they looking at all these pieces of, I would say, 16th to 18th century technology, like telescopes and things like that? Why would they, things that were clearly, that came from the objects, the settings, the cultural traditions they're portraying in this, all of them are European. So why? I take that back. There are a few things in it that, we'll get to this, believe me. There are a couple of things I would say are probably like Caribbean cultural things that they put in here. But the castle and like the aristocracy, this is all a European tradition. So why would you first culturally appropriate that? But then secondly, why would you want to? Why would you want to culturally appropriate the traditions of an evil colonialistic society? This is what I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what they're getting at here. But let's put all of that aside. What was this movie like? This movie, I have such, I have so many feelings about it. Was it as bad as Peter Pan and Wendy? No. But in terms of like just the sheer nails on the chalkboard painfulness of watching it, honestly, no, it wasn't. And yet it was somehow kind of worse. It was kind of worse because this is what I will say. They added, they didn't so much, they subtracted some things that probably were problematic. They definitely did. They subtracted a few things from the original source material. But mostly what they did is they added things to correct the original source material. And where they added things, this movie was crap. It was absolute, uninspired, dull, boring, poorly acted, poorly conceived, just trash. It was absolute trash. I hated everything they added to this movie. Everything they added could have been deleted. All of it. That was when the movie was like Peter Pan and Wendy awful. Now, the things in the film that were actually pretty good were the things that were pretty good with a caveat. I should rephrase that. Pretty bearable is what I really mean to say. There were things in the film that were pretty bearable, and those were all the things that were basically beat for beat the animated film of The Little Mermaid. But of those scenes, this is what I will say. There was something cold and lifeless about how they recreated the parts they were faithful to in the animated film. They felt cold, they felt low energy, they felt dark and dismal. And the only part of this movie that I absolutely loved was Melissa McCarthy as Ursula. I have to admit, she was pretty great. She was pretty great as Ursula. She was the only part of the film where I would start to kind of enjoy it a little bit. I will say, Halle Berry's voice, I don't know if they like enhanced it in any, and I'm not, it's so dead on close to the original voice actress in the animated film. It's scary. Like her voice, that is Ariel's voice. Maybe if I were to in any way assume they cast her for only one reason, it would be that. It's like her voice is incredible. Oddly, her acting is awful. Like her expressiveness is missing. She's beautiful and her voice is incredible, but there's something lifeless in her performance. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's like her voice is so beautiful, but like when you look at her expressions, it doesn't have any of the impact that the animated film had. She, as a mer person, looks pretty beautiful, I would say. The rest of her sisters, though, it is I don't know what they were. It looks like a drag show. I'm just going to be honest with you. It looks like the kind of thing a drag show would come up with. It looks awful. It's gaudy. It's garish. It's weird. If I were to summarize this entire movie in one word, it is a $200 million made for TV ABC Disney movie. This is a made for TV movie, but it's on the big screen. I have more thoughts on this. I'm going to take a look at the chat, though. I want the chat to have their say here. Fuban Blue, Silverback the Despoiler. Permission to come aboard granted. Wrangler in the chat, hail. Permission to come aboard. Granted, sir. I probably may have to, limit those as the chat grows. By the way, this channel has officially passed 1,000 subscribers, and do you know what that means? It means the days of monetization are coming soon, my friends. Coming soon. Starfury says, the fact that a kid's movie is more than 90 minutes is the most weird thing. It is. And the audience reaction to this, there was a couple of laughs. There was a couple of laugh lines in the film. I hated kind of all the new laugh lines they put into it, but there were not many. There was a couple of anemic chuckles. So I am divided on whether I think this movie is going to succeed or not. It's a chameleon, this movie is. The parts of it that will get credit for it being a good movie are just recreations of the animated film. And they're lesser quality recreations, is what I would say. So to a child who had never seen the animated film, they might see this and be quite delighted at several parts of it, and understandably so. The parts they will be mostly delighted by, I think, are the parts that recreate the original film. So I was in first grade when the original film came out. I remember seeing it in the theater, and I loved it. As a kid, I loved that movie. When you actually look at the Little Mermaid, is it my favorite of the animated Disney movies? Probably not my favorite, but what I loved about it was it's a really dark story with a great ending, with a happy ending. But the sort of, I love the idea of the bargain. The bargain that Ariel has to strike with Ursula is really the fulcrum of the entire narrative. And the idea that she wants something so badly, she's basically making a deal with the devil. And can she beat the devil? That's basically the story. Can she beat the devil? They ruined that entire plot line in this with one addition to the storyline that is, I literally couldn't understand it at first. And then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. No, they did this for woke reasons. So in the original film, Ursula says, here's the deal. You have 3 days to woo the prince. You have to get him to kiss you, fall in love with you, and then you get to be a human forever. If you don't, by the sunset on the 3rd day, if you haven't secured the kiss of true love, you go back to being a mermaid and I own you. And that's basically the same deal. But in the animated film, she says the price for that is your voice. You have to give me your voice. Spoiler alert. This is a spoiler alert, just in case. I'm sure you all are going to be super worried about that. So in the animated film, it's very clear. It's like your voice is the price, right? Well, that's because she doesn't want Ariel to have that advantage, and also she covets it. It's something she covets. It's a treasure. This movie, they muddied it. They basically said, oh, and also so that you don't have too many advantages, I'm taking your voice from you, rather than simply saying that's the cost of the bargain. She doesn't... So they changed that. But then they added this line where after Ariel's heading back up to the surface, Ursula is all happy with herself and she rests on her laurels and she basically says, oh, and what she doesn't know is that I added a little something extra to the spell. I added something extra so that she'll forget the deal that she has to get the kiss and she won't remember it. And I thought, wait, what? So in this change, they've basically unnecessarily complicated the plot. Why have they done this? I'm thinking to myself. I'm like, this makes no sense. This feels off. It's complicated. It was a very straightforward story before. It was beat the devil. The devil's deal is you have 3 days to get this thing and you win. But if you don't, I get your soul. That's basically how the deal works. Now they've said, okay, the deal is you have to get this thing or I get your soul. But the devil has also taken away her memory of what she has to do to win. So she doesn't even remember her purpose when she gets to the surface. So she gets to the surface, she has no memory of what she's supposed to be doing. What? And so she starts wandering around the castle, looking at all of the cool things and sort of incidentally falling in love with Eric while not remembering that that's her objective. Meanwhile, Deadeye Fish Flounder and Deadeye Crab Creature Sebastian are having to convince her. They have to keep reminding her, but it doesn't work because the spell won't let her remember she has to get a kiss. It actually results in less tension in the story. It results in less interesting plot. It's the plot is complicated now. It's confusing. And then I figured it out. I was like, this is why they did this. Because they did not want her motivation to be getting a kiss from a man. They did not want her purpose to be to fall in love. So they unnecessarily complicate the plot to take that away from her. But it ruins the story. It ruins it. It's like it was a simple, straightforward story before that had, all of the scenes in the animated film that had tension were because she knew she was up against the clock. She knew that. Now, she did get distracted in the animated film at times, and they'd have to bring her back to her purpose, but she knew why she was there. There is a scene, the Kiss the Girl song, where she's in the lagoon, right? That scene in this movie, there's no point to it. It's purposeless because she doesn't remember she's supposed to get a kiss. And so they're singing this song to her to get her to kiss him, and it has no effect on her because she doesn't. And I went back to the animated film and I just compared a couple of scenes. I spot checked it for a couple of things. And in the animated film, it's totally different because she wants him to fall in love with her, and she's desperate for it, which is not a good look on a lady. But anyway, in this film, it's almost like he's in the friend zone. Like, he's in the friend zone with her. She's like, well, don't kiss me. She literally pulls away at one point. This kills the tension in the entire film. Everything that was added, they added these weird scenes where they're dancing on the beach with like reggae Caribbean kind of music. And you know what it was like? It was like a bad tourist luau. It was like a bad tourist event at Disney World, but being filmed and added to the movie. It was so cringe. I can't even. And they added they added more songs. Every song they added to the story was awful. They added a song where Ariel is singing in her head because she doesn't have a voice anymore, so she sings in her head. Eric sings, and it's so cringe. There is something really not right about a man walking on the rocks by the ocean and singing about how much he wants to find this girl to himself. It was like bad Broadway. It was so bad. I was like, oh, this is not a good look for a dude. And then of course, there is the worst, most hellish sound I've ever heard on my ears. The Aquafina rap song. Have you heard the scuttlebutt? The scuttlebutt! Scuttlebutt! Oh, I want it. Oh my God. If there's ever a song that makes you want to blow your brains out, oh, that is it, my friends. Starfury says it would be against the law to make kid movies more than 90 minutes on the pain of defenestration. Fu Man Blue says, hey, Captain, if you like a bargain, then go grab you a 12-pack of Bud Light. They will pay you $170 to take one home with you. Limit to, I'm assuming two per customer. You are right, Fu Man Blue. Nobody should drink Bud Light ever for any reason because it's garbage. But more so than ever these days, Bud Light, the official beer of Disney. And you're not joking? Star Fury says? Oh, no. Yeah, there, just if we might make a slight aside, Disney, Bud Light, these are all connected, right? Because these are the wages of wokeness, and the chickens have come home to roost on this, and they think they can make They think they can make normal people forget about it. Look, people have had enough being lectured. We have had enough. We have had every single movie for the last 7 years ramming this woke garbage down our throat, this leftist insanity, this radical agenda. You know, it's like the LGBTQ movement has nothing to do with gay, lesbian, or bisexual people anymore. It has nothing to do with them. It has been completely hijacked. If you are a gay, lesbian, or bisexual person, you should separate yourself from that movement because its political motives are, you know, endangering minors, quite frankly, and its political motives have become utterly destructive of even gay, lesbian, and bisexual people because it's destroying their identities in the name of serving the new thing. So listen, I think normal people of all different kinds have just had enough of this. You know, I was watching, what was I watching? I was watching something just the other night that was, it'll come to me. But anyway, I was watching a show where there was some kind of like, I would say left-wing ideology in it, but it was done with actually pretty good writing in which there was a way you could sort of invite the viewer to think about it. And I remember thinking as I was watching it, you know, that's not that I can deal with. Like when it's just presented as the story and you're invited to listen, but it's this need to turn everything into propaganda that people are pushing back against. And we have to. Because it would be one thing if they just wanted to create art and let it be judged on its merits. But they don't. They want to suppress and censor, and they want to revise everything. So let me just show you something that I think will help you understand my point, okay? I want to show you a comparison. If you'll forgive me. You'll forgive me, my dear viewer. This is the Kiss the Girl scene. Now, I'm playing it without sound because, you know, I don't want to get the copyright claim on here. This is the Kiss the Girl. I got the song going. The animals in this are so lifeless. There's that part. They recreated the part where the oar comes up, and there's like Sebastian and Scuttle and the frog are sitting on it, and they just look like, it just looks like a fish and like a crab. Like it just is so lifeless. But that's not even the only thing. Look at the colors in this, right? It's dark. The whole movie is like this, by the way. Even the parts on land. Oh wait, no, we can't miss that. Look at this. I gotta get to. There it is. That is Flounder. That's Flounder. And all I could think about every time I looked at him when he's like talking in that little kid's voice is like, it's like, what if right then, you know, just harpoon? It's like, or shark. It would just be, oh, well, that's what happens to fish. You know, it's the ocean, circle of life and all that. Now, there's no life at all to this character. There's no charm. And then you look at this color palette, right? And it's, even when you've got kind of the light swirling around them, this doesn't even look even close to how bright and colorful and beautiful the animated film looked. When they go to Triton's castle in this, right? It's dark, it's dismal. There's nothing really interesting to look at. They literally make it look like moss-covered coral. As if they had like an actual oceanographer as a consultant on the film, and the oceanographer was going around saying, "Oh, that wouldn't be realistic. You can't have that. No, this part of the ocean would actually be pretty barren, so you can't have anything colorful there." And they were listening to him, and they were like, "No, you're right. We can't have colorful stuff on this part of the movie because it would not be scientifically accurate." Obviously, it's not really what's happening, but it's almost as if. Now, I went and just spot-checked the animated film, and the very first scene in the animated film, second scene in the animated film, when they're going to Triton's castle, it is this golden, gleaming, beautifully lit space, and it's bright, and it's colorful. And I'm thinking, they didn't make any attempt to make this movie match that. Now, compare this to Avatar. This is the big romantic scene in the first Avatar film, right? Look at how much color, how much life James Cameron is able to create, regardless of how you feel about Avatar. Now, I get it. I get it that this is not Pandora, so obviously, so could they have all the same, like, bioluminescent stuff? Not necessarily, but I think there's ways to get at it. There's ways to get at it. Here's another one. This is the scene when they're, you know, the Under the Sea song, right? And this is, I would argue, the brightest it ever gets in the ocean scenes. This is the one scene that had some light in it. But if you remember the animated film, right, there's this whole performance of all the sea life swirling around her. This looks like a fish tank. This looks like the floor of a saltwater fish tank. It doesn't even look... I mean, I'm sure there's the ocean probably really looks kind of like this on the floor, but that doesn't mean you make the movie look this way. I think here's I'm trying to get to like one of the most colorful parts. It doesn't get much better than that. Now, compare this to Avatar 2, The Way of Water. Now look at how they're able to do the sea life in this. Look at that shot right there. You can't tell me they couldn't have done something like this with Ariel. Right there. You can see every little fish. You can see all the little sea anemones. You see all this life in the background. Look at how full of life the ocean looks in this. And there's not that much variety in color. But look at how it just looks so lush and so verdant. This Little Mermaid movie has none of that. It has none of it. Every scene in it is dark. Every single one. Even the scenes on land at night are dark and dismal. And I couldn't help but have this creeping feeling as I'm watching this, that it's like a low-budget TV, made-for-TV production, because the size of the town doesn't quite fit. There's all of these... there's the scene where she's supposed to be going to town in the carriage in the animated film, right? This scene is pathetic in this movie. Every location they go to, it looks like they're on the dunes near the beach. And it's just kind of that sort of scrubby beach environment. There's hardly anything there. They get to a little grove where there's some palm trees. Big whoop, as a friend of mine would say. And they have this cringe like scene where they're dancing and it's supposed to be so happy, and it just like I said, it looks like tourism. It looks like it's it's the luau over at the Marriott near, it's so bad. And then almost every setting involving the humans on land, it's too small. There's too few people. The wedding scene, for example, was on a ship, a big grand ship in the animated film. In this one, they just have it on like a terrace. It's just on a terrace. There's some nice catering. And then I remembered. I'm like, you know what this reminds me of? Just like the Mandalorian episode with Lizzo, this is what it reminds me of.
Impossible. 25 years ago, over 60 million watched television history being made.
I turned out to be the first Black princess.
August 23rd, the cast is back for Cinderella, the reunion.
I'm your fairy godmother, honey. You?
She's gospel fairy godmother, honey.
Then, it's the magical return of Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella. It all starts August 23rd on ABC.
The Little Mermaid on ABC. That is my review of The Little Mermaid. It was The Little Mermaid on ABC. All the colors on land look that gaudy. The costumes look that ridiculous. The every scene that's supposed to be celebratory and throngs of people look anemic, and there's not enough people there. And they made one other addition that is probably one of the strangest things in this entire film. Now, is it not weird enough that King Triton, although played by Javier Bardem, I actually quite liked Javier Bardem's performance in this, to the extent that it lived up to any of the animated film. But all of his daughters are different races by the same woman. Mermatron, I meant to say. The captain will use the correct nomenclature. All different races by the same mermatron. And they couldn't be outdone with Eric. So Eric, who is the most soy-infused, like, not inspiring, not charismatic white dude they could possibly find, his mother is black. I swear to God. Now, to their credit, they at least, he was adopted. He washed up on shore, and the queen adopted him. Wait, do you remember the queen in the anime? No, there was none. There was only one sort of guardian character in Eric's life in the animated film, and that was Grimsby. And Grimsby is in this, but they added, he doesn't have a father. They just added the queen. There's no king. Just the queen. There's no king. And it's implied the king passed away. Which reminds me, Triton's wife, as I said, everything they added was pure garbage. So they added this whole thing that humans had killed Triton's wife, and that was why he hated humans so much. And so they added that to it just to make it a little grimmer, a little darker, just a little more Game of Thrones. Speaking of, in the first scene, I've interrupted myself again. In the first scene of the film, right, if you remember in the animated film, it's very bright, it's very happy. Eric is on the ship, and he's celebrating with the other sailors, which, the captain will allow it, because that is nautical, and that is approved. And so he is celebrating on the crew. They're singing sailor songs, and they're talking positively about the mer people, because one of the sailors is trying to convince Grimsby that it's a great day on the sea, and because the mer folk have blessed it. It's something along those lines, but it's not a sinister implication. It's like a positive. It's a positive opinion that the sailors have of the mer people, and they're talking about how they live under the sea, and Grimsby's like, there's no such thing. In this film, in the live action film, the very first scene is the humans are trying to, I shit you not, harpoon a mer person. They're trying to kill a mermaid in the beginning of this. It's like, and I remember seeing that, and I thought, I don't remember that. That's grim. What's up with that? So they made everything is darker. Everything is more miserable in this movie. Oh my God. Oh, I totally forgot. The coup de grace, my dear sailors and starnuts. The ending line of this film, when Ariel is heading off with the prince and they're on their way to their happy life together, that they have the scene where King Triton swims up to her, which in the animated film, it was just all the mer people watching her sail away. Well, King Triton comes up to her boat and he basically says, I'm sorry it took me so long to hear you. I'm sorry you had to lose your voice. But now I hear you. I hear you. And I was like, oh, God, this is so bad. This movie's such soulless shit. Every part of it that is recreating the animated film is just drafting. It's just coasting on what was a better written, better performed film. And anything that they added is glossy garbage. And some of it is not even glossy. Some of it is just garbage. Like the reggae scene on the beach is just do yourself a favor and skip that scene. So there you have it, folks. There you have it. Starfury says, be fair, Captain. Whatever you think of Avatar, Cameron is a professional and would not put up with a crap product being presented to his customers. I mostly would agree with you, Starfury. Unfortunately, crap, yes. He would not put up with that. But I will say Avatar 2, for 13 years in development, that plot was awfully thin. It wasn't even as well constructed a plot as the first film, which is disappointing to me. That is very disappointing. I am a huge Cameron fan, and I loved the first Avatar, and I mostly loved Avatar 2, but I will admit it was not his best work. It visually stunning. Character-wise, pretty good. I enjoyed Jake Sully and his family and all of that, but the plot, there should not have been that many plot holes in a movie he spent 13 years on. I'm sorry. So, yeah. But look, at least his heart's in the right place. At least he has a work ethic. Fu Man Blue says, mermaids are the source of all human life, see? So the people that come out of them are totally random. Unigenetic. Fu Man Blue says, no, I don't remember because I'm not gay. Well, I remember. Starfury says, I think I'm losing the will to live. When they find my body, blame Disney. Starfury says, Cameron steals all of his plots. Oh, plus, he meant visually. Starfury meant visually. Cameron would not put out an inferior product. Yes, on that we agree. Visually stunning. Yeah, I remember Cameron was talking about all the intense underwater filming and all the technology he had to create for this second film. And I remember thinking, can he really deliver? And honestly, how much can you really do underwater that's going to be all that cool to look at? And I've got to tell you, oh man, it is unbelievable how many amazing sequences they have underwater in Avatar 2. So for that reason alone, I think it was worth the ticket price. So absolutely. What else do we have in our stack of stuff? Well, I'll tell you what. I could probably, as the stream goes on, I will probably remember other awful things I saw in the Little Mermaid, and I'll probably have to circle back. There's too much to remember. I could have taken notes, but that would have been putting in a lot more work than I honestly wanted to put into this. But it appears the Little Mermaid is doing well, but is it? Let's just take a look, shall we? Because, all right, try this headline. The Little Mermaid expected to perform worse than Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania in its global opening weekend. Now, Variety reported, it's doing pretty good. It did about 120 million, I think, is predicted for its Memorial Day weekend, which is one of the best Memorial Day weekends of all time, according to Variety. A new report claims that the Walt Disney Company's upcoming live action, The Little Mermaid, is expected to perform worse in its opening weekend compared to the recent box office bomb, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Variety reports The Little Mermaid is only expected to bring in 100 million in its opening weekend in domestic theaters and 80 million globally for a total of 180. Now that is not going to look good, right? The outlet does note that the film could bring in another 20 to 25 million at the domestic office on Monday. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which lost money for the Walt Disney Company, brought in 104 million domestically in its opening weekend and another 121 from international markets for a global total of 225 million. Now that was a loss. That was because what happened was, as soon as that opening weekend was over, it just crashed. It just absolutely crashed. The Lion King, which was also a giant flop, had a domestic opening of 191 million with a total of 269 internationally. Oh yeah, there's Sebastian for you. And look at this. Just everything in this movie is drab. Everything. It's unreal to me how boring to look at this movie is. Melissa McCarthy is the only good part of the movie. That I will say. She was pretty, but even some of her inflections for Ursula, she changed little things that I don't think were for the better. But whatever reason, she was born to play this character. I mean, who knew? Wild Variety reports the film is only expected to bring in about 125 million domestically. Could do more in a 4-day weekend, etc., etc. I don't want to bore you with all the numbers. So that's basically it. It's not going to do well if it lives up to predictions. So how's it doing? Right? And I had an article pulled up, but I want to make sure I get the most recent if I have it. So it's sitting at about 211 million right now. And this is Variety reporting here. Disney's The Little Mermaid dominates Memorial Day box office with what's that number? 118 million debut. So we're predicting it's going to be a flop if it does less than if it does 225 million totally, then it's like Lion King, which was a giant flop. And Variety is spinning this as it's a massive, huge $118 million opening. So the question is, will people keep seeing this? Will people keep going to the theater for this? I honestly don't know. I just couldn't tell you, because so much of it is coasting on the animated films. Like, the good parts of the movie, to the extent they're good, truly are replications of the animated film. Just worse quality, darker, more depressing. But still, they have those little qualities of the songs are good. The songs were good. So, I don't know. I'm curious to see how it'll go, because I would like to think this movie will just crash and burn because it deserves to. But who can tell? Now, I don't know about you, my dear sailors and star nuts, but I need a palate cleanser. I need a palate cleanser because that movie was awful. Look, was it as bad as watching Quantum Mania? I would say no. Was it as bad as watching Peter Pan and Wendy? I would say no. Oh yeah, they did give the killer blow of Ursula to Eric. They gave it to Eric. Eric's killer blow of Ursula, they gave to Ariel. And so she got to, honestly, by that point in the movie, they had sucked so much of the life out of it that I just couldn't be bothered to care. I'm like, sure, fine, let her do it. I don't care. This guy that plays Eric is he has no charisma whatsoever. And it's like he kind of looks the part, but he seems like a man-child to me. I'm going to pull up his picture for you. And I got to say, him and Ariel, him and Holly Bailey, they have no chemistry. She kind of has this sort of dull, 1,000-yard stare when she's looking at him. It's like she doesn't seem particularly attracted to him. Also, it's not so much that he doesn't seem attracted to her as that he just doesn't seem to have a personality in the movie. And so I have this hard time. Who is this guy? If anyone knows it from anything, let me know. But yeah, here he is. Jonah Hauer-King. He sounds pleasant enough. He's, got an English accent. You know what he's like? He's like a model. He's like Simu Liu, the guy who played the Shang-Chi character. He's basically like a stock photo model that they cast to play the Shang-Chi guy. That's what this guy is like. He's like, well, yeah. Well, he looks the part. He has a pleasant Getty Images. It's almost as if he is a stock photo model. But I know. So anyway, he does not have any particular leading man quality whatsoever, which is appropriate. Because he should seem as unthreatening and unmasculine as possible to fit with a modern audience. And when he is singing on the rocks to the ocean alone by himself, it is the most cringe. It is the most Broadway. Look, nothing against Broadway. You go to a Broadway musical, that's what you're in for. But in this case, it does not. It just looks super low budget. It is not a good look. And then I was scrolling through The Little Mermaid on Disney Plus for professional purposes, you understand. And I pulled up they had a musical, like a live action musical like a Broadway performance that they had posted on the channel. And so I pulled it up. I pulled it up to see what this was like. And even the live Broadway musical, which is on a stage in front of a live audience, they were doing the scene where Ariel is in her cave of wonders and she's singing. And it looked brighter. They had like a water effect playing on all of the shelves. And I can't even believe it. In a live action stage production, they were able to make it look brighter and more lifelike than in this movie. It's unreal how they were not able to even slightly capture the brightness of the animated film. It's so bad. So I need a palate cleanser. And here it is. Here is our palate cleanser for this evening.
Our lives are the sum of our choices. And we cannot escape the past. Ethan, this mission of yours is gonna cost you dearly.
Oh, the music.
The world is changing.
Fantastic.
Truth is vanishing. War is coming.
It's been a long time, friend. You've no idea the power I represent. It knows your story and how it ends.
Listen to me. The world's coming after you.
His fate is written. Shall we write yours too?
If anything happens to them, there's no place that I won't go to kill you. That is written.
Ethan, what's your objective? What's your ultimate objective?
Your life will always matter more to me than my own.
None of our lives can matter more than this mission.
I don't accept that.
Oh, it's going to be a barn burner, folks. I am so all in on this movie. I think it is going to be phenomenal. I think it's going to be so good. And I have a theory. Your captain has a theory about what the title refers to. I've not read any leaks or anything. This is purely my speculation based on that trailer. My theory is Dead Reckoning is the name of an AI system or something like that the bad guy has access to that can predict like threats and everything, and he's using it to like control people. Like, so basically, it's essentially kind of like a deep state, if you will, run by AI. It's basically what Elon Musk is talking about. It's an AI that's manipulating reality, keeping an eye on everybody. And my theory is that it has marked Ethan Hunt and his team for like annihilation or something like that. And he's got to stop it to restore freedom and peace and justice to the world. Can I note a couple of interesting things about this trailer, by the way? I almost stopped the tape, but it's such a good trailer. I just didn't even want to interrupt it. I think it's right about here, and I love this actor that's playing the villain. I got to look it up on IMDb, though.
Lives can matter more than this mission.
I don't accept that.
Bam! There it is. They say no one's... Because you notice this, right? I call it the Game of Thronesing of everything, where everything has to be dark and dismal, and there can't ever be a real hero anymore. We can't have, classic heroes that save the day. It's always got to be like... Because even this trailer begins with Ethan. This mission is going to cost you dearly. And it's like, so it's kind of implying that this is like his last mission, potentially. But then at this point, they're basically saying, like, look, all of our lives are forfeit. This mission is too important. And it's kind of the typical thing we see in movies these days where it's like, yep, the characters are going to ultimately not get to have a happy ending. And I just love how he responds to this.
None of our lives can matter more than this mission.
I don't accept that.
I don't accept that. And I'll beat the bad guy with my fists if I have to. I just love it. Dude, see, that's a real hero. And then there's that other part, too, where he says, your lives will always matter more to me than my own. It's like, see, he's a classical hero. That's what I love about the Ethan Hunt character, is it's not just that he's a classical hero. In Mission Impossible Fallout, all of his life choices, if you will, all of his past missions sort of came back to haunt him, which is, there's like 3 different meanings to the title Fallout, but that's sort of one of them, is that there's the fallout of all of his past choices, all of his past mistakes, all of the wear and tear of his missions are kind of coming back to visit him in Fallout. And I really love how even then, you would think we're not headed for a happy ending with that tone. And yet he manages to save the day, and the characters are laughing and having a good time in the final shot of the movie. In the final shot of the movie, everyone's happy. And it's earned. And there's even spoilers for Mission Impossible Fallout. But it's a minor spoiler I have to tell you because it's in context. He meets his wife that he had to break up with in Mission Impossible 3 because her life was in danger if she continued to stay with him. Right? He had to separate from her, and now she's living a life totally apart from him. She's remarried. Now, you would think they would give him the sort of Doctor Strange treatment, where he's watching another man. He's totally cucked, and he's watching another man marry his ex-wife, and they do this to all the characters now. And you would think that they sort of had cucked Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible Fallout. But what's interesting about it is there's a moment in the film where he happens to run into her. He's trying not to, because he wants to keep her safe, but he runs into her. She sees him, and they have a moment to sort of interact. And he's like, and she winds up kind of helping him a little bit. Well, there's a scene in which he's basically apologizing to her. He's basically saying, I am sorry that I ruined your life. I'm sorry that I have been such a drag on you, that your life was in danger, and now I've had to leave you, and our marriage fell apart. And normally in woke storytelling, this would be her opportunity to just excoriate him for all of his bad choices and for how, everyone you come into contact with dies. Everything you touch is destroyed. That's why I can never be near you again, Ethan. On the contrary, it's quite clear in the scene she still loves him and wishes she could be with him. The guy she's married to is fine. She likes him fine. She enjoys her life, but she would rather be with him, but they both know that they can't. And she has this, she basically kind of interrupts him and says, look, Ethan, I don't regret anything. I have a good life. I'm happy. And, every day when I see terrible things on the news, and I hear about awful things going on in the world, I'm not afraid. And I feel better because I know that you're out there and that you won't let those bad things happen. And it makes me feel safe. And she just and she thanks him. She thanks him for being a hero who's out there fighting the good fight. It's like unbelievable how awesome that is. And so she's saying like, no, thank you for giving me a great life and for helping others and protecting the world from all these bad things. So this is why I love this character. This is why I love this franchise. This is why I can't wait to see Dead Reckoning, because that is a real hero who can save the day and still have a happy ending and can still have incredible tension and incredible stakes and this sense of a cost, right? There's still a sense of a cost to all of the sacrifices he and his team have to make. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. Star Fury says, my God, more entertainment in 120 seconds than all Disney movies in the last 3 years. Amen to that, Captain. Salute to Star Fury. You are correct, sir. Fu Man Blue. LOL, Star. You are not wrong, sir. Yes, agreeing with Star Fury, of course. Fu Man Blue says, nah, like Captain, I never watched Disney before Marvel. I'm not sure if you're saying you never watched Disney before Marvel and that is therefore like the Captain, because that would be incorrect. I watched as a kid, I watched all the Disney movies. So that being said, like, yeah, when I grew up, it wasn't like I was running out to go see the new Disney movies. So all the Disney movies I'm familiar with, Lion King, Aladdin, Little Mermaid, Sleeping Beauty, those are all the things I saw when I was a kid. And the Pixar films. Like, I saw Toy Story. I liked that franchise. But yeah, even Pixar, I really just don't care anymore. All their movies seem the same to me anymore. You know, the movie that really killed Pixar for me, killed it dead. Like, I used to think Pixar was brilliant, right? Brave. I watched this movie Brave thinking, oh, that looks pretty cool. It was crap. The plot was a mess. It was awful. And I thought, this is not in any way like Pixar quality. And that was the end of that. So Fube Blue says, oh, I misunderstood you. Wrangler, that's all right. Captain will forgive you, sir. Wrangler says, Mission Impossible lives up to its name by making a good movie in modern times. You know, Tom Cruise, I have no idea what that crazy guy's politics are, which is why he's a professional. That is why he is such a professional, because, I bet, honestly, though, I'm not going to say that Cruise is any kind of like, I have no clue. I have no clue what he thinks politically, but I will say this. He has been the butt of a lot of jokes, from all sides, but particularly the woke crowd. They're not fans of Scientologists. So, think whatever you want about Scientology, but to him, that is his religion. It's what he believes. And he is just as much a pariah to the woke crowd for that as a Christian would be. And so I would imagine that he's probably had just a guess. I have no basis for believing this. Just a guess that he has some understanding of like the annoyance that we all feel with our woke friends. And he probably doesn't have a lot of time for that. Look, if you're a professional storyteller, that is, you are a professional filmmaker, actor, and you value your craft, you have no time. You have no time for this woke bull crap. It's garbage. No serious storyteller approaches anything with the mindset that they do. There is one writer, I can think of, that is woke as hell, but can sometimes turn in good work. Sometimes. I would say it's about 50-50. And that would be Ryan Murphy, the showrunner of American Horror Story. He is capable of writing insanely woke stories that still have enough character work and still have enough like plot that actually makes sense, that they can, and enough craftsmanship to like the presentation that you can kind of just laugh at it and enjoy it anyway, I would say. And that's only half of the time, because half of American Horror Story seasons are good. The other half are an absolute trash fire. The most recent season, which, you would think I would enjoy, but the most recent season was awful. It was like, it was literally like how can I put this? it was like Dr. Fauci propaganda the whole season. Of what I saw about 4 episodes, and it was, let's just say it was only for a certain segment of the audience, which would be anyone that is not straight. So it was not, it would not have any appeal to a broad audience. As the Quartering put it, it was basically gay porn. That was basically the last season. And this is the thing. American Horror Story has always had that element in it, but it was, when it was part of it, it was all right. But if you like that if you like American Horror Story, if you like what it does, you could kind of be okay with it. It's like he just went full blown off the rails with it. And so so even the most talented of all the woke writers, Ryan Murphy, can only get it over the finish line about half the time. He also did the Dahmer series, which is woke as hell, but extremely well written. But it's a stealth woke show. Like the wokeness is just subtle enough. You can't tell that they changed certain things historically so that you just wouldn't even know. You just wouldn't even know that they changed it. So they do occasionally exist in exceptions, but that's only to the extent that they are more concerned with their craft than the message. The minute they're more concerned with the message, the story falls apart. Look, this goes for religious works. I've seen, Christian films they're just essentially a gospel film, right? And look, for the crowd that enjoy that sort of thing, they go to church every Sunday. That's fine. They enjoy that. And that's fine. They're the only people that are going to respond to those stories, because those stories, they're just parroting all the things that you're supposed to see, in that there's no real nuance or storytelling. And that's not really their purpose, which is fine. The problem is, I love Chris Gore's idea of there should be Disney Sparkle. Disney should just create a separate channel that's just all the gay stuff just goes into that category. And that might sound like, oh yeah, get to the back of the bus. No, it's very simple. It's not for a broad audience. Most people do not want to watch this. It's not reasonable to expect and demand that a giant audience of people with regular concerns are going to want to go see Bros. It just isn't going to happen. So you put all that stuff on Disney Sparkle and you just gay it up. You just gay it up to the max and let it be lower budget, smaller market. It's a niche market, and let that be. I am fine with that, because I think I'm fine with the things I like being niche, like sci-fi, like Star Trek. Star Trek is a niche audience. It was a niche thing. It probably hit the height of its popularity during Next Gen days, when there was it was crushing it in the general ratings. Star Trek Next Gen was. But after a while, Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek Enterprise, Stargate, these were niche things. That's why nerds like them, because it's a smaller audience. And back then they crafted these things with that in mind. They're like, this is the budget we have. This is the audience we have to reach. I don't even remember what started that. Booman Blue says, I'm laughing, though I don't know why. I used to watch The Quartering, but he can't decide if he wants to read news or sell coffee, so I left. I asked him to dial it back, but of course, why would he care what I think? Yeah, I'm in the position of sort of agreeing with you and also disagreeing with you. I watch The Quartering. I just skip the coffee ad. I buy his coffee. I buy it. It's good coffee. Coffee brand coffee. By the way, if you have time, coffee brand coffee, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to shill for him. I will say that, look, that you got to make a living. But that being said, he could probably curtail it. I would rather he sponsor his own business, though, his own non-woke brand, over some other sponsor. I think that's, at least, I enjoy listening to that more than, have you heard about Birch Gold Group? No, I don't want to buy gold. I'd rather hear about, Eric July promoting his Rippaverse in the middle of his video. But I hear what you're saying. Trust me. It annoys me too, but I also have a bit of sympathy for it because, I am a content creator myself now. And hopefully one day I'll be annoying you. I'll be annoying you with my products. So, and you'll let me know, and I will care what you say, Fu Man Blue. I will care after promptly ignoring you. No, I did. No, Wrangler says, that sounds like an awesome idea. Too bad they're more interested in ESG scores instead of things people actually like. What was that in reference to? I missed it. Oh, Disney Sparkle. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, that's Chris Gore's idea. Hat Tip Film Threat. One of my favorite YouTube channels. And he's not saying it as a troll. He's not saying it to be mean. He's literally, as an industry professional who's been in the industry for years, he's saying, look, that's how you would do it. That's the smart way to do it. Disney standard is for the broad appeal traditional stories. And then for all the strange worlds, all the drag queen hour, we can just put that in Disney Sparkle and there will be an audience for it. It'll be smaller. But honestly, that would be a compromise that I think, broadly speaking, most people would be okay with. That would be a broadly acceptable compromise. It would allow parents who are not interested in that to show their kids Disney standard, and it would allow the woke, crazy parents to show their kids all the drag queen story hours they wanted. And we could live side by side while disagreeing with each other. This is not what the woke are interested in. They don't have time for compromise. They don't have time for disagreement. They don't have time for tolerance. Tolerance is the old way of doing things. The new way of doing things is deplatforming works. Fu Man Blue says, force something down my throat and I will bail every single time. Exactly. You know, even messages that I would be inclined to be sympathetic to, I cannot stand hearing when it is done in a propagandistic way. I can't stand it. I'm trying to think. There was actually one that was kind of on sort of my side. The Terminal List was pretty good. I wouldn't give it demerits for anything. Well, I do have problems with the Terminal List, actually. There's a couple of things. But there was a show. It was kind of a right-wing kind. I wouldn't say it was right-wing exactly, but it was sort of a, I guess it's not really. Jack Ryan? No, it wasn't Jack Ryan. I'll think of it. If I think of it, I'll let you know. But it was basically a show that would have sort of, broadly speaking, kind of conservative themes, and it was a bit heavy-handed with it. And I just remember not really enjoying it very much. I just remember thinking, rah, that's so great, but it just didn't have much nuance to it, and I wasn't really into it. And I think, if I can remember what it is, I'll tell you what it was, but it was a while ago. So Star Fury says BlackRock would not approve and Disney would lose their wokey rating. Wrangler says, oh no, I don't know who you're addressing, but Wrangler says, how many throats do you have? Be careful. That's a dangerous question on the internet. That reminds me of the Quantum Mania joke. Do you have holes? So the actor who plays the villain in this new Mission Impossible just looks fantastic. He's so familiar because he's been in a couple of things. What was he in? He was in, I want to say he was in Ozark. I think he was an actor in Ozark, which is a great show, by the way. I really like Ozark. I also love that Kittredge from the first Mission Impossible movie is the one speaking to Ethan Hunt in the beginning, where he's like, this mission will cost you dearly. And it's like, oh, that's exciting. Isai Morales is playing Gabriel. Let me share my screen here. This guy. Isai Morales. Yeah, he played one of the Mexican cartel guys in Ozark, which was pretty cool. That's about all I think I know him from. He's just crushing it, though. He's got a very Bond villain kind of energy in this trailer, which I'm really digging. Yeah, he's kind of a supporting character actor type. I'm okay with that. What else do we have in the stack of stuff? So this is what we're in for. Switching gears here just a little bit. I am going to be going to, so I have endured The Little Mermaid. I'm going to endure Indiana Jones 5. And this from Bounding Into Comics. Allegedly, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny plot leak claims Phoebe Waller-Bridge's character makes the heroic choice to knock out Indiana Jones to protect history. You know this is what they're going to do. An alleged plot leak. Spoiler alert for Indiana Jones, if you care. Potential. Alleged spoiler alert. An alleged plot leak for Lucasfilm's upcoming Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny film claims that Phoebe Waller-Bridge's Helena character is the one who makes the critical heroic decision because Indiana Jones refuses to do so. Not only does she make the heroic decision, but the decision is punching Indiana Jones and knocking him out. Can I just, I'm just going to do a quick spin of the Google wheel here and see if I can find it. GIF? I'm just assuming this exists, okay? Peter Pan Wendy slap. It's like the Will Smith slap. You have got to see this. Oh no. It's got to be GIF Peter Pan and Wendy. I want you to see this if I can find it. It's unbelievable. This slap in the movie. Oh, it's not here. I can't find it. I'm sorry, folks. If I could find this, I will show it to you. But anyway, so there is this moment in Peter Pan and Wendy when he's like following her after they've been, what was it? They were like raided by the pirates or something. I don't know. And she just turns around and she winds up like a freaking baseball pitcher and just bitch slaps this kid and he goes down. He goes down. It's unbelievable. Like, it's not like, oh, how dare you? It's like she winds up and just cold cocks him. And it's like, and he literally looks afraid for his life in that moment too. It's like, if you could slow it down. And it's this, what did I do expression. It's so, and they cut right away from it. They just cut away from it. And then it's a few minutes later and he's just like, why'd you do that? I'm like, Jesus. It's unbelievable. So anyway, yeah, I could believe that, that she punches Indy, knocks him out. According to Reddit user Lunnick Jones, is a very trustworthy, reputable source. I know for a fact Reddit user Lunnick Jones is trustworthy. Captain, no, I'm not really, who shared what he claims is a full plot synopsis for the film. And at the end of the film, Mads Mikkelsen's Dr. Jürgen Waller is able to complete the Dial of Destiny and attempts to use it to travel back in time in order to kill Hitler to prevent Germany from invading Poland and committing this big mistake. However, the Dial of Destiny does not take Waller to Sicily in 1939, but rather transports him, Indiana Jones, and Helena, who are aboard airplanes, to the Roman siege of Syracuse. Waller and the rest of the Germans end up dying in a plane crash, while Indy and Helena are able to escape the plane using a parachute. Not a life raft? That would have been more clever. Upon landing on the ground, Indiana Jones encounters Archimedes, who also retrieves the completed Dial of Destiny from the corpse of Waller. Archimedes proceeds to ensure the Dial of Destiny can only transport users to him in Syracuse during the siege, while also obtaining one of Waller's watches, giving him knowledge on the device. The plot synopsis explains, as Helena tells him that the Archimedes has rigged the dial, in making sure it only sends back to Syracuse on the day of the siege so that they could not save him, we understand it's thanks to this jump in time that he found his knowledge about watches and on how to complete the dial. I have no idea what that means. From there, Lunk Jones details that Indiana Jones does not want to return to his present, but would rather stay in Syracuse because he believes there is nothing for him in 1969. Oh my God, he's a sad lonely old man. And he's, that white men should just go back to the siege of Syracuse is what they should do. In contrast, Helena attempts to convince Indy to return to the present, believing if he stays in the past, he would change the course of history. Indy, apparently, is unconvinced by Helena's arguments, so she resorts to punching him and knocking him out. So in other words, Indiana Jones is a sad divorcee drunk who has nothing to offer the world anymore. He knows it. He's basically given up on life. He decides he's going to stay in the past and just live there during the Roman siege of Syracuse. Fine. Sure. Yeah. Who wants to live in ancient Roman times? But anyway, doesn't care that he's going to impact history. Totally selfish. Has no concern whatsoever. No respect for the past. He's just, no, I'm just going to do that. And he would have done it if a plucky Phoebe Waller-Bridge had not socked him in the face. When Indy awakes, he's back in 1969 in New York in his bed. He then reproaches Helena for having brought him back to the present, although there is nothing for him there. However, Helena counters that there is something for him to continue living for, and Marion shows up in his apartment with a number of groceries. The film earlier made it clear that Marion and he were either divorced or on the brink of divorce, as divorce papers were pinned to Indy's fridge, held up by a picture of Marion. The two eventually appear to reconcile, whatever contrived issues the film gives them, to have them embrace in a kiss, with the plot synopsis explaining they reenact the boat scene from Raiders in reverse before Indy kisses her. Finally, the film reportedly ends with a shot of Indiana Jones's hat on a drying line outside the apartment from what appears to be Jones's hand, eventually grabbing it off the line as the camera zooms onto the hat in a small circle similar to the old Warner Brothers cartoons. That, they love doing this, Disney does lately. It's like they did this with The Mandalorian. Why are they suddenly bringing back this cartoon circle close thing? Luncle Lunnock Jones details, the screen reduces to a small circle like in the Tom and Jerry cartoons, circling the hat and appearing to end there just before we see Indy's hand, can't be sure, getting the hat back inside. The end. It's not surprising that Indiana Jones would not make the heroic decision and have that be left to Waller-Bridge's character. Ford described his character in an interview with Fandango as not so strong, not so brave, not so attentive, but about to go on a grand adventure with a very fascinating set of compatriots and adversaries. Back in 2015, Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy admitted to embracing this ideology throughout the entire company. She said during Fortune magazine's Most Powerful Women Summit, the fact that the company was bought by the Walt Disney Company has been amazing because they very much support the fact that we are trying to grow in the workforce a number of women in executive positions and in all positions inside the company. And with the movies that we are making and with the protagonists that we are putting in the stories. So I get a huge amount of support with that, she continued. Kennedy then touted, but we have 50% of our executive team are women, and 6 out of 8 of the people in my story group are women. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that would be surprised that we're making Star Wars movies. No, we wouldn't. I would not be surprised. And that the majority of the people involved in the development of those stories are women. And I think it's making a huge difference in the stories that we're trying to tell. Well, I would agree with you. It's making a huge difference in the stories you're trying to tell, for the worse. Kennedy wasn't wrong when he basically goes on to make that same point. Most recently, I'm going to skip that part. In fact, blah, 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 blah. Well, I think we get the point. There. The total destruction of the Indiana Jones character is about to begin. And we are to watch it and praise it. Wrangler says, you're a real glutton for punishment, referring to probably any of us watching any of these films. Fu Man Blue says, like she could knock him out, but that giant bald kraut couldn't drop him. Yeah, exactly. She's just gonna... Yeah, well, she's a very self-sufficient woman, don't you understand? It's a... Star Fury, it's a great point there. It's another poor time travel story that makes no logical sense. Yeah, it's a... So I cannot make heads or tails of what... If this this leak is true, it certainly has the ring of truth to it. Sounds like something they would do, doesn't it? It's I could not make heads or tails of this Archimedes plot, because he's saying he rigged it so that people could only come back to the siege of Syracuse. I'm like, what? That... If I understand roughly what they're saying, then that means the Nazis could never have succeeded. So maybe I'm not getting something here. But if that's the case, then that's a really insanely stupid plot, because that would mean there was no... I mean, you could argue that the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Nazis could never have succeeded, because as soon as they open the Ark of the Covenant, they all get melted. But that's actually not where the tension of the scene comes from exactly. Well, at least that's part of the tension. But the real tension comes from Indiana Jones and Marion being in peril, and what allows Indy to save the day is him having the knowledge to sort of realize, wait, we can't look on it. Shut your eyes. You know, that was super cool. Star Fury says, well, Kathy, how did that work out for you? But you know, as I mentioned in my last live stream, she thinks she's the golden goose. She really does. She thinks there is nothing. Whatever's not working at Disney ain't her fault. You know, Bob Iger, he's over there saying, well, the marketing budget is just not sufficient to make these films positively impact the bottom line. Yeah, the jig is up, folks. They know it. They just can't admit it to themselves. She, you know, as Fu Man Blue points out, what an awful legacy she has, and she still smiles in public. She says she's beautiful, too. Don't forget to add that. The beautiful and delightful Kathleen Kennedy. There's a bit of a strain in her smile. If you saw like the way she was smiling when she came out into that Star Wars celebration, that is the smile of a corporate person who is smiling for the camera. And she did not get very much applause, which was not lost on me. Wrangler says, referring to when you said that you sat through Little Mermaid, so you'll go see Indiana Jones. Yes, I am a glutton for punishment. I was on the fence. It was exactly an opportunity cost kind of thing. I was like, well, if I go see The Little Mermaid, it'll give me great material for my live stream tomorrow. But the trade-off is I have to give up 2 hours and 20 minutes of my life. I can't. I don't know. It was really hard, but you know what? It worked out. And I had to give the little toady at the movie theater, the business, for, you can't bring in that coffee syrup. No, you can't do that. What an outdated, stupid model for movie theaters. It's like they don't even have lounger seats in this theater. It's the old seats that nobody wants anymore. It's like, you really do not have the luxury of turning away customers. No one running a movie theater should be turning away customers, especially given the events of the last 3 years. It's incredible to me that they would still enforce this stupid policy that they probably don't even know why they do it. They just do it because of inertia. It's just what we've always done. You know, by the way, this is how, like, this is a very anti-capitalist way of doing things. I personally, like, when I say anti-capitalist, is it permissible in capitalism to turn away customers for whatever reasons? Of course, you know, capitalism is the right to private property. But is it smart capitalism? Is it the work of capitalism acknowledges that some will succeed and some will fail. That's just the way it is. If people don't like what you do as a business, they won't patronize your business, right? So capitalism never promises that just because you're a capitalist, you're going to succeed. That being said, good capitalism is being smart and doing things that result in more business, not less. And so I just think this is the way people with a scarcity mindset look at things. Like, he's saying, I don't want you to bring in a Starbucks latte because I want you to buy my stuff because that's the only way we make money, because we don't make money off the tickets. I understand that. So if you allow me to come in with my Starbucks latte, what's the risk to you? What is the risk to your business? The risk to your business is other people will be inspired to also bring in their drinks. And then they might decide, well, your drinks cost too much, so I'm going to go get them at the store and I'm going to bring that in instead. First of all, people already do this. They just hide it in their coat. So they're already doing it if they're doing it. Secondly, by pushing away a customer, you are, in theory, you think you are increasing your business. It's like, well, what if you just let me in? Let me enjoy the experience. Be friendly. Say, you know what? It's fine. Technically it's the rule, but you know what? You're buying some concessions. Fine. Yeah, sure. Or how about just drop the stupid rule and just deal with it? Just let people come in. Let them walk in with their McDonald's extra large soda. Walk right by the concessions and go sit there in the theater. And instead of worrying about all the sodas you didn't sell because they brought in their McDonald's soda, how about you offer a really clean theater with really nice seats? You're extremely friendly staff. You actually have concessions that are better prepared with better recipes. Maybe a more homemade popcorn recipe. Maybe you try some bundle deals that make it irresistible. You get a free soda if you get the popcorn and the hot dog. And maybe instead of shitty, warmed up hot dogs, they're actually like nice, rotisserie hot dogs or something. In other words, you put some freaking work ethic into your business and you compete. You actually compete with other people instead of saying, no, get out of my theater. Here's your money back. I don't want you here because you wanted to have a Starbucks latte in a theater where we don't sell any coffee. It's like, well, that's a loser mindset. That's a loser way of looking at the world. And that is exactly, they're going to continue to be a theater that barely scrapes by and is always in danger of closing, the next time the weirdos decide to lock everyone down. So screw them. Starfury says, as she went into the movie at Cannes Star Cruiser closed, as she comes out of the movie, they drag Willow off Disney Plus as a tax write-off. Starfury also says, don't do it, Captain, meaning watching Indiana, maybe? No. Oh, God, I'm going to hate this movie. And the worst part isn't even going to be, I think, well, I shouldn't speak too soon. But for me, I think the action scenes are going to be the worst part of it. They're going to be so boring. They're just going to be in a volume. I'm going to be so miserable. Booman Blue says, I saw Lizzo in a one-piece swimsuit in a thumbnail. It's shocking. The body positivity movement is one of the sickest of all the sick things in woke ideology. It's one of the sickest, not the sickest, but it's one of the sickest. You are literally encouraging people to endanger their own health, to live lives that are below their potential, because it would support, it would allow those people to feel better about themselves. So the price is they're going to die younger. They're going to have less mobility. They're going to have less athleticism. They're going to have a poorer experience in life, and they are just to be celebrated for that. And it's like, I'm sorry, I was fat once, never again. It's awful. Nobody, I mean this quite seriously, nobody should be overweight. If you're overweight, that's a problem, and you need to solve it. You should solve it, because it's just going to make your life shittier. Now, I get it. It's incredibly difficult to solve. Believe me, I know how difficult it is. And it is absolutely dreadful that and you know what it is? It's in service to really our corporate overlords. This is the weirdest thing about the woke mindset. On the one hand, they hate capitalism and colonialism, and they hate the man, and they want to loot all their stores. On the other hand, they want to literally create an ideology that pushes mental illness, that pushes being fat and overweight and diabetic, that celebrates all these things, that pushes, basically every policy that makes it easier for the corporate companies, they make money. No, the corporations that are pushing high fructose corn syrup into everything, that are making shitty, nutrient poor food, they benefit from the body positivity movement. They benefit from everyone celebrating Lizzo because they don't have to take any responsibility for the shittiness of their products that they push. So, no, I have no time for that. What nobody, Fuman Blue says, what nobody told Lizzo is that, why are we so angry? We're on a warpath about Lizzo today. Poor Lizzo. Look, she just tried to make a living. What nobody told Lizzo is she's like a car crash. People can't look away at first because it's so shocking, but you don't want to look for very long in most cases. Look, there is a weird culture of people that they are unaware that being that size is unhealthy. I'm serious. I didn't used to think this was true. I thought anyone that was overweight kind of understood this isn't healthy. But it turns out I do think there is a segment of the population that it's surprising to them when they realize, oh, that's not a healthy weight. It's like, no, that's not healthy. You're going to be having a bad time. It's like I know people in nursing, and they tell me the horror stories. Believe me, what's in store for you is not fun if you remain at that size for your whole life. It just isn't. I don't know about you, but I don't want my feet amputated when I'm 60. So, Fuban Blue says they would surely make more money if the concessions were affordable. I guess in the theater it's different since they don't have any reason to think that you'll eat more than one large popcorn just because it's cheap. You know, they're trying, the margin on those things is astronomical because they're charging a huge price for soda and popcorn, which are some of the cheapest possible food products you could produce. So I'm not suggesting that it's always going to be beneficial that they let people come in. I'm just suggesting if they had an abundance mindset, they would realize that other products are not their problem. People having access to a soda at McDonald's is not their problem. Their problem is their business model does not offer enough benefit for people to want to go to the concession stand, according to this reasoning, is all I'm saying. I actually think I see lots of people at the concession stand all the time. You know, this is the best part too. I go to a theater, the line to the concession stand is so long, and you've never seen people move slower. You have never seen more slow, bored people. Just that, they take the popcorn. This is the theater workers. They just take the popcorn bucket and they just stare at it as the popcorn. They just scoop the popcorn in, or they stare at the hot dog while it's heating. And they kind of, what else did you want? I'm sorry. You said it 3 times, but I forgot. What was the other thing? And it's like, meanwhile, there's 50 people in line and the movie is starting. It's like, your customers can't even get the food from you because you won't. And part of the problem is nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody can hire staff, but it's like, well, I don't know about you, but every time I go to Chick-fil-A, those people are happy and they are crushing it. Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, those workers are happy. They're fun to talk to. They move you. It doesn't matter how long the line is at Chick-fil-A. They move you right through and they never get my order wrong, ever. They've never gotten it wrong. It's unbelievable. It's like if they had that kind of mindset and work ethic, they wouldn't have a need to tell people, don't bring your stuff into the theater. The 1,000-mile popcorn stare, says Starfury. Yeah. Starfury also says the pharmaceutical and medicine industries have been perpetuating some of the most heinous crimes against humanity. I didn't used to believe this. I do now. Because they are full tilt in favor of this idea of, if you're not happy with your job because you're a cog in a soulless corporate machine, you live your whole life under, the cold gray light of a fluorescent light, and your boss sucks and everything is bureaucracy. Nobody has any authority to do anything. And if you find that environment depressing, here's a drug. Enjoy. Here's a drug so you can just tolerate it. So you can continue to do what we require you to do. And it's like, this is why the woke movement is, in many ways, they're very useful to these people. They're very useful because everything they support makes it easier for corporations to just get people to continue putting up with this crap. So, anyhow, Captain is on a warpath. Should we take a look at some DC news? I came across this when I was preparing the stack of stuff, and I thought I would share with you. I did hear Chris Gore's review of The Flash, and I'm kind of interested to see it. As he puts it, the second half of the movie is basically a really good Batman movie with Michael Keaton. And I'm like, okay, well, I could probably do that. This from Bounding Into Comics. I'm lost the headline for some reason. Well, before we get to that, from Cosmic Book News, Marvel's Echo is so bad it was deemed unreleasable by Kevin Feige. Uh-oh. But I believe this is the one they're releasing all the episodes at the same time. So recently, by the way, I actually saw Hawkeye, which this character debuted in, the Hawkeye series on Disney Plus, Marvel's Hawkeye, which was, that was when I really understood fully that nothing happens in Disney shows. Disney TV shows are paint drying. Like, there is no actual tension in the plot. Every episode is like a fetch quest. Nothing is actually happening. Andor is probably one of the best things they've created, and still, I literally skipped to every third episode. I skipped to every third episode because everyone was saying that's when the magic happens, and I didn't miss what I missed. I didn't miss it at all. And this character shows up in Hawkeye. She is one of the most boring, uninteresting characters I've ever seen. Now, I didn't really care because in the show, she's just playing sort of like a low-level crime boss, right? And so I don't know this character from the comics. So I just thought, well, she's a supporting character. Fine. Not a very interesting one. And it turns out they're trying to build a series around this character. As the critical drinker would say, she's an absolute plank of wood. Recently saw the big announcement by Disney that all episodes for Marvel's Echo will be released at the same time on the Disney Plus streaming service. It's the first for Disney Plus, so that is a big move, as it could mean the streamer is lighting itself up to be more like the more successful Netflix. However, there could be another reason why Disney and Marvel have chosen to release Echo all at once, and that is because the show is complete garbage. This info comes from Jeff Snyder, who has been dropping scoop after scoop on the Hot Mike YouTube show, Hat Tip Jeff Snyder, Hot Mike, with John Roca. Snyder just got James Gunn all fired up by his latest casting rumors about Superman Legacy, and regarding Echo, Snyder says the whole thing had to be completely reshot as the head of Marvel, Kevin Feige, deemed it unreleasable. I heard the show was kind of plagued by issues throughout production, Snyder said. I heard that it was a mess and that the show came in so bad that they basically had to reshoot the entire thing. Snyder continued, I'm told that they originally shot 8 episodes and Kevin Feige thought it was unreleasable, so they talked about cutting it down to 4 episodes or 6 in post. And then they ended up reshooting it, so my source did not actually know how many episodes they wound up with. But yeah, apparently it needed a top-down rejiggering, and that Kevin was not happy with it. I absolutely believe this is true. Like, with any rumor, you can't be sure. I know this is true. There's no doubt in my mind this really happened. Kevin Feige is like, this is unwatchable. They're just going to dump it. They're going to dump it all at once, and they're just going to hope it goes away. This is the Disney sweeping under the rug method now. I expect to see a lot more of this, my dear sailors and star nuts. So Roca goes on to speculate the real reason all the Echo episodes are getting dumped is just to get the series over and done with, since it's too bad and they can quickly get through all the negative reviews and news cycles. Now, this is an interesting point when you think about it. If this is true, then it means that they don't like all these negative reviews and news cycles. But I thought that the theory goes, conventional wisdom being what it is, all news is good news. Any negative press is good press. I thought that all these YouTubers raging about all these shows on YouTube was helping all these woke TV shows and all these crap sludge shows that are just being pushed through the algorithm wood chipper. I thought that this was helping them because it's, more people are watching because they're hearing all the buzz. But you're saying that they just want these reviews and news cycles behind them. Now, this is Mr. Roche's theory here. I tend to think that's exactly what's going on. I think they want to avoid because here's what they want in the weekly release cycle. What you want in the weekly release cycle is what Game of Thrones used to have, which is every episode. It's like, oh my God, the Red Wedding. Oh my God, the Viper. Oh my God, Joffrey. It's like, oh, he was the Purple Wedding. And that was creating all this energy and all this buzz, and people just wanted to know. This I think, helped House of the Dragon immeasurably, by the way, because House of the Dragon had that. It was like every episode. I know that my excitement of the show kind of got greater and greater. I thought the first episode of House of the Dragon was a snore fest. I didn't enjoy the first episode pretty much at all. I thought it was boring. I thought, this doesn't seem as exciting as Ned Stark and Winterfell and all that stuff. But by the end of the series, I was like on pins and needles every episode, and I couldn't wait to see what was going to happen. I still think they dragged it out too long, but then again, I was expecting that because it's Game of Thrones, and that's what they always do. That being said, it was more entertaining, frankly, than most of the original series of Game of Thrones. Point is, weekly release creates weekly water cooler talk, and that is what you got to have. Disney does not want water cooler talk. They don't want water cooler talk because water cooler talk in their case is people roasting it, bashing it, and just otherwise telling you, oh my God. Can I just ask a genuine question? Who of all the characters that they could choose to do a show about, why this character? She has there's nothing interesting about her. Oh, she's deaf. Okay. Oh, geez. I just answered my own question, didn't I? She's deaf. It's the disability. She ticks the diversity and representation tick box. That's what she meets. So it is literally the only reason I could conceivably imagine anyone thinking you could build could she be a supporting character in other shows? Could there be more to her story in season 2? Sure. But really no, because she's not even interesting enough for that. But I'm just saying you could make a case. She's not nearly interesting enough to carry an entire show. The news about the problems that Echo is a big mess really isn't surprising, as it spins off from Hawkeye, which is simply terrible. Oh my God. I watched Hawkeye all the way to the end. And I will say I was still just a little bit blue-pilled when I watched it because I had enjoyed... I enjoyed some of WandaVision. I enjoyed some of Loki, although I agree with all the critiques of Loki, and I understand in retrospect why that was so world-breaking. There were, I guess, it was that thing where you're sort of being carried along in a stream and there isn't really time to think about it. But by the end of it, I'm like, that really didn't make any sense at all. Like, that didn't solve anything. It didn't really make sense that his character, he's obviously the most evil Loki. And, so there's a lot about it that had problems. But at the time, I had enjoyed, I was still coasting on what I liked about Endgame and what I liked about, and I missed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I was thinking, here we are. And this is one thing I will say. WandaVision was so anti-superhero in the way that show is presented that it was a turnoff. And then you had, what was the show that came after that? Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which had at least some superhero action in it. And then you had Loki. And I thought, well, here's a character that I like. Here's a character I like. And so I was interested in his journey. And the time travel element was kind of interesting at first. Well, it turns out it was just a lost mystery box. They had no idea where they were going with it. It didn't really go anywhere, and there was no actual dramatic tension by the end. But with all that being said, here comes Hawkeye, and I'm thinking, okay, this is one of the big four, or one of the big six, I guess you would say. He's one of the original Avengers. This should be interesting. This should be an interesting show. I get to the end of this thing. Kingpin shows up. They utterly destroyed Kingpin's character. They turned him into just a banal, basic, average villain that just gets bitched around. That's basically what he turns into. But the worst part is they have this giant fight with the sweatsuit mafia, which was it was like a Saturday Night Live skit. It was like all of these guys with baseball bats and sweatsuits. Why don't they use guns? I don't know. And they're literally fighting with bows and arrows on the ice rink in New York City. Okay. It was bad LARPing is what it was. And the worst part of it is I'm watching this thing and I'm thinking to myself, where are the police? Like, how are no police showing up? It was literally like children reenacting, like playing it superhero is what it was like. And I'm thinking to myself, how could I possibly have any investment in this at all? How could this have any emotional stakes whatsoever? Because literally, if the threat is not severe enough that police and SWAT teams would be arriving, then what that actually means is that Hawkeye is like a kid playing with bows and arrows. And he's having a pretend fight with a bunch of mafia guys. And this is all just it's essentially a Renaissance fair kind of situation is what this ultimately amounts to. It was bad. It was so bad. And so from the ashes of that, they are going to bring us this character of Echo. And so Hawkeye, or Feige, is basically watching this Echo, and he's like, we got to just dump this. Here might be a clue to the problem. This, from Bounding Into Comics, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness star Elizabeth Olsen admits Marvel sequel suffered from constant rewrites. There's a point, she says, in making the movie where I just stopped reading the drafts. Now, I talk about how watching this shit is a grind. Can you imagine being an actor in this? Well, you don't have to imagine, because Elizabeth Olsen is about to tell you. To the surprise of no one who saw the final product, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness star, Elizabeth Olsen has revealed that the Marvel sequel production suffered heavily from a seemingly never-ending stream of script rewrites. On a podcast, she basically says, I mean, there definitely were moments where there's a point of making the movie where I just stopped reading drafts. I was just like, this is going to change again. You know what? Just keep me posted with the information I need, and you guys fill in the blanks that you need, but I'll just keep in my lane. That was one wild ride. In other words, translation is she shows up to work and she's like, I'll learn my lines on the fly because I know that I can't trust anything in this script. Do you realize that? So we sit here and we talk about how, like, why are these actors so bad? Why are these movies so weird and stupid? Like, why is this so cringe? And, you know, you have Sam Raimi directing it. Why is it such a mess? And it's like, here's the answer. How is an actor of any talent whatsoever supposed to work under these conditions? I cannot believe that Michael Douglas and Michelle Pfeiffer and like Ben Affleck, well, Ben Affleck's in DC, but like actors of that caliber are in these films, and this is what they have to work with. They literally have to learn their lines as they're being rewritten every day. There's no way that they can invest in their character. There's no way that they can have a vision for their character of like, this is what's motivating my character. This is where my character is going. There's no opportunity for them as an actor to contribute to the character, to say, oh, well, since I know that this is the story and the plot, it makes sense that my character's backstory might include this. You know, this is a thing that actors do when they, you know, if you're a Breaking Bad fan, okay, there was the character in the final season of Jack, who is he's the neo-Nazi gangbanger guy that basically does Walt's dirty work for him. And there's the character of Todd, which is his nephew, right? And those two actors basically were given, they were given the script. They knew what their characters were going to say and do, but they together worked on the backstory. They said, well, Todd's father had abused him as a kid, and Jack, his uncle Jack, had adopted him and kicked his dad's ass and protected him and sort of took him under his wing. And so they have a special relationship where, Todd really considers his uncle Jack more like a surrogate father. And that explains why Jack is so, has such a soft spot for Todd. And that explains why Todd is so, he has such a devoted loyalty to his uncle. And so these were little story elements that the actors were able to infuse with their characters, and it comes across on screen. There's no opportunity for that kind of craftsmanship when you're rewriting the script every 10 minutes. So it is no wonder that The Little Mermaid and Disney The Mandalorian, Bo-Katan, and all these characters, they are boring, they're bland, they have no charisma. I think about Katie Sackhoff, who's this brilliant actress, and they give her Bo-Katan, right? I bet she had the same problem. They were probably rewriting that shit every day. And so how could she draw on any of her talent to add anything to the character Bo-Katan? How could she visualize the history of her character or the motivations of her character to add nuance to her performance? She couldn't, because she's working with idiots. She is working with these braidlets that are just feeding things through the algorithm. They're not capable of craftsmanship. So it's just, if any actor who gets in to the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Disney Star Wars, you are selling your soul. You are doing a deal with the devil. You're going to get some recognition, but then where are you going to be? Then where are you going to be when all this crap sinks? So now on to the DC universe. The Flash, starring Ezra Miller, is predicted to have an anemic $70 million domestic opening weekend. A new report claims that the upcoming The Flash film starring Ezra Miller is only expected to bring in $70 million in its domestic opening weekend. The Hollywood Reporter reports the film is pacing to open in the $70 million range. Furthermore, their report claims that insiders say that's a soft number for a movie that's been heavily promoted by Warner Brothers Discovery as the best superhero film of all time. Well, that is a bold claim. Really? The new report flies in the face of long-range tracking predictions from Box Office Pro that predicted the film would gross between 115 to 140 million in its opening weekend. So, what is the point here? The point is they are just throwing everything at these properties, and it's not working. I have to say, though, this is the one. This is the one I'm actually like, I think I could sit through the theater and enjoy this one. I did think that about Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and that turned out not to be true. But I actually am thinking that this is one I can enjoy because Michael Keaton's Batman's going to be in it, and that's going to be rad. And I hear that the stunts and the effects with him, this from Chris Gore, are excellent. And so I'm at least looking forward to that. So I've got one I can look forward to. But I'm going to be slogging. Oh, wait, I am going to watch Transformers. I'm not a huge Transformers guy, but look, I can't just do Indiana Jones and The Little Mermaid all the time, okay? I've got to have something that I could maybe like. And the Rise of the Beast, I don't know, maybe it'll be good. Your guess is probably better than mine if you're a Transformers fan. So I'm going to check it out. We'll see what the captain thinks of Transformers. I was not super fond of the first Transformers movie, but compared to what we get these days, it was a triumph. A triumph. Where's my chat? Oh, yes. Fu Man Blue says, MK MK. I'm terrible with acronyms. What does that mean? The last thing you watched on Disney's site. I did watch Obi-Wan until they couldn't catch the little girl. That's when I realized what I was looking at. No, that was literally the breaking point for me. I had actually watched everything. I had watched every Star Wars thing, and I had watched every Marvel thing up until the release of Obi-Wan. That is the first time that I said, I'm not doing this. I'm not watching this crap. I'll just watch YouTubers talk about it because I just knew it was going to be an absolute trash fire. And I'm tired of watching this happen to every character I love. I loved Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan in the prequel films. I loved his Obi-Wan. I thought he was the star of Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith had its problems. It had, in my view, the captain's worst movie line in all history lives in Revenge of the Sith. Do you want to know what it is? Maybe I'll tell you. No, I won't hold out on you. It's a worst written line in all screenwriting history. Are you ready for it? From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. I cringed and crawled in my seat in the theater when I saw that. And to this day, nothing has ever topped it. Nothing. That is the worst, dumbest, because literally the line that precedes it is, Anakin, the Sith are evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. What I know you are, but what am I? Is basically what that line was. So I hated it. But that being said, I quite like The Revenge of the Sith. It's my favorite of the prequels and one of my favorite Star Wars films, actually. I would say Empire Strikes Back, followed by Return of the Jedi, followed by Revenge of the Sith are my top three, I would say. And you probably are like, no, not A New Hope. It's not because A New Hope isn't brilliant. It's because it just isn't my favorite. It just isn't. But it's a beautiful film, and I love it. But I really, really love Empire Strikes Back. That was the one that felt the most like a space adventure to me. It felt the most like a journey through the stars, weird creatures, interesting planets. Like that to me is what every Star Wars property should be modeled after, in my view. I'm not saying there can't be variety, but like Empire was just freaking amazing. And it had just the gut-wrenching stakes of it was just the vastness of the galaxy of it in it, like the Cloud City. There's just so much to love in Empire. And the rebels are on the run, and the fight with Vader, it's so good. That is so good. There's so much to love in Empire Strikes Back. I like Return of the Jedi because I skip the Ewok parts. I just fast forward Ewoks, and then I just get to the parts with Luke and the Emperor and Vader, and just that amazingly powerful ending, which to this day, that ending with Vader, Luke, and the Emperor is just one of the finest endings for a character arc I've ever seen. Really, the ending of two character arcs. And the Emperor died. The Emperor died and did not come back. That is my headcanon. And so I was not interested in seeing Obi-Wan destroyed. And so that was when I checked out. Fu Man Blue says, that just jumped on me. Sorry, I missed it. All right. Well, Wrangler says, Lucasfilm has been taken over by Darth Karen. Darth Karen. Yeah, we should, instead of Karen, we should say Kathleen. Star Fury says the Emperor came back loads of times in the EU and to great effect. Well, that is a fair point. Could it have been done? Yes, it could have been done. I think there were ways to do it correctly. The first time I saw Rise of Skywalker, it definitely did the J.J. Abrams trick where everything was just go, 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 that I didn't have time to really think about a lot of it. But I will tell you, there were definitely parts of that movie where I was like, this makes no sense. Like, this makes no sense at all. And one of them was the knife thing. When she finds the dagger, and when you perfectly align the dagger standing on the shores of this lake, you can find the wreckage of the Death Star and the location. What? How in the world could you map out the wreckage of something that's only been there for like a few years, and yet this is supposedly like some prophecy. But at the same time, you'd have to be standing on exactly the right distance and attitude from the wreck to be able to find that angle. It's just so stupid. Just hack writing. And then you have, what really killed it for me, there were so many parts, really, but when the Emperor raises that whole fleet of Star Destroyers and it was just a copy-paste job, I was like, that sucked all the life out of the whole Star Wars universe for me. Just that one thing. That was it. It was like, you know what? It wasn't dumb enough that we had a planet-sized new Death Star. It was like, I could have lived with that, even though it was overkill. But no, it's like literally, it was like something that the Mystery Science Theater guys would make fun of. It's like, oh my God, they killed our Star Killer base and they killed our First Order and we lost everything. Oh man, do we have anything else back? Oh shit, we got like 50,000 Star Destroyers. Oh yeah, let's throw those in there. It's like, it's laughable. It's stupid. It robs the entire First Order plot. Has no interest to me anymore. I'm watching Moff Gideon, just like twirling his mustache in The Mandalorian. And I'm thinking there is no universe in which I could find this interesting. You know why? Because like what is being implied here? What is being implied here is that he is slowly and secretly rebuilding the Empire, carefully, meticulously, finding resources where he can. And it's like, none of that matters when we know that somewhere on Exegol, the Emperor is just 3D printing as many Star Destroyers as he could ever want. Just 3D printing them. All with a Death Star cannon on them. Yeah, sure, why not? They're all Death Stars too. I mean, there can't possibly be any tension in the idea of the Empire rising again when I know that that's where it's going. There just isn't. It's ruined. Star Wars is so dead. I could not be bothered to find anything in this universe interesting. Andor, which is arguably the best thing they ever made, I still think it's way overrated. Like, even the people that like it, I don't know what they see in that show. It is so boring. It is so slow. Like, Critical Drinker likes it. And I'm like, I don't get it. It's like, yes, there were elements of it that were good. Sorry, it's a snore fest. Like, I skipped so many episodes and didn't even miss them. But with that aside, it is still arguably the best made thing. And I will say that finale episode was pretty great. And I love Stellan Skarsgård in that show. Stellan Skarsgård was fantastic. He has a scene where he's talking to an informant who wants out, who's tired of living this lie of a double agent life. And he's begging Stellan Skarsgård to let him out. And Stellan Skarsgård says one of the most just ruthless but compelling and amazing like no's that you've ever heard. Like, he just tells him no, but he gives him the reasoning, and it's, oh man, it is killer. So yeah, there were great things in Andor. I don't care. Like, I don't care that the Empire is doing all this stuff because I know where it's going. It's the same deal with DC. I'm going to enjoy, I want to see Flash because I want to see Michael Keaton's Batman, and I'm going to just enjoy that for what it is. But at the same time, I don't care about any of the implications of this movie because I know that, like, it's not going to matter because James Gunn is just reworking everything. And then, like, Aquaman, who cares? Who cares? I'd rather they just reboot the thing at this point or just do standalone universes like Christopher Nolan's Batman universe. Just do that. At least I could get invested in that. Like, The Dark Knight is one of the greatest. If there were to be a great, I think there was one of the articles, this article is saying, oh, it's supposed to be the greatest superhero film of all time. I would call that The Dark Knight. I would say The Dark Knight is, in my view, the greatest superhero film ever made, if not my favorite. It's not my favorite superhero film ever made. I would say probably either Batman Begins or Iron Man 1 would be my favorite superhero film ever. Maybe Iron Man 1 almost by a nose. It's hard to say. It's a hard call. I love Batman Begins and I love Iron Man 1. They're so good. I could watch Iron Man 1 any day of the week. That is such a great movie. I never felt so good walking out of a theater. That movie gave me everything I ever wanted for Christmas. It was so good. Watching him build the first suit, then watching him put it all together and all the little machine parts click into place. The part where he's like, "Yeah, I can fly." Oh, that was then he flies to Afghanistan and just headshots all the terrorists. I'm like, "Are you shitting me? This movie's great." And then the jets chasing him. Oh my God, there is nothing but just awesomeness in that first Iron Man movie. He has a great story. He's a great character. RDJ was so amazing as that character. But then you have Batman Begins, which was just this epic hero's journey. And it dealt with all these themes like going on a quest. What is the meaning of justice? What is the value of mercy? Like what is the cost of revenge? Like there's just Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul is just so good when he's like, what is he? He has that great line where he's like, are Ra's al Ghul's methods magical? Are they mystical? I forget the line, but it was such a great line. Star Fury says, "Why do I suddenly smell sulfur? Is it Galactus or am I having a stroke?" I don't know. Oh yeah. Wrangler says the Power Cosmic, powered by Taco Bell. So that's what that was. Yes, be careful. You're playing with fire. What else? I had other stuff in the stack of stuff that I needed to share with you, my dear sailors and star nuts. Close tabs to the right. Yes. Okay. Yes. We need some good news, my friends. We have talked way too much at length about all the things that are burning in Hollywood. Now let's talk about something that is burning, but in a good way. And you are going to see it very shortly. All right. I'm terrible at navigating in Mozilla. All right, let's watch a trailer. We're done with Mission Impossible. We are done with... This is The Little Mermaid. Do you want to see it again? This
Impossible.
is... There it is.
Years ago, over Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella.
I'm your fairy godmother, honey. You?
She's gospel fairy godmother, honey.
The cast is back for Cinderella.
Yeah, there it is. Look at this. This is the Mandalorian Lizzo episode. This is The Little Mermaid to me. This is what that movie is like. Look at the colors of the how ridiculous the clothes look. Look at Victor Garber over here. What is this that he's wearing? It's there's just this is a Broadway writer's fever dream is what
Union.
I'm your fairy godmother, honey.
She's gospel.
It's the magical return of Rodgers and Hammerstein. It all starts August 23rd.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to torture you, chat. Okay, anyway, I was going to show you something much better. How about this for a palate cleanser? That's right.
Rogue traders. Daring explorers who benefit from a unique style of freedom normally unheard of in the Imperium, with means to decide the fate of entire regions of space. Little can stop them in their pursuit of domination and power. And they do not venture alone. Their crew contains some of the galaxy's most unique denizens. Unsanctioned psychers, strange Xenos, servants of the Inquisition, and even space marines of the Adeptus Astartes. Ulfa is a lone space wolf survivor whose pack was defeated by the murderous Drukari. All of them are ready to follow you on the battlefield, where their unique skills can be the deciding factor between victory and defeat. But the rogue trader's true might lies in their personal void ship and the
So this, if you don't know, is Warhammer 40,000, my friends. Rogue Trader is actually, if you don't know, Rogue Trader is their RPG, their pen and paper RPG, sort of the Dungeons and Dragons thing. And you basically you have a ship and a crew, and you have different like roles on the ship, and you travel the galaxy in this dark, grim future. Now, this is the part I'm very excited about. Your captain gets to be the captain of a Rogue Trader starship. Now, here's the cool thing about this, right? So this is a strategy game, and in the space combat, right? It's turn-based, right? So you decide what your ship is going to do. The thing is, you are required to move your ship every turn. Now, how clever is that? Because it represents that ships are always in motion. So in space, you have to, like, you don't have an option to just not move your ship and just camp on a spot and just, line up the right shot. Like, your ship is always going to have to move every turn. That is so cool. I need a PC so I can play this.
Source rich worlds under their control. This is what makes them such dominant figures. Even still, the enemies of humanity are numerous,
Necrons.
and they will not relinquish an opportunity to strike. And worst of all, a ghastly peril lurks. An insidious corruption which works to undermine the strength of the Imperium's most staunch defenders. Chaos. Only with uncompromising zeal and steadfast faith can rogue traders withstand the lure of the ruinous powers. And those who succumb to the darkness risk a calamitous fate in exchange for their soul. Only madness and damnation await.
Dude. That looks sweet. That looks like a super fun game. Warhammer, in the grim darkness of the future, there is only war. The Wokies haven't gotten to that one yet. It's been a bit resistant to the virus, it has a natural immunity in that it's already the darkest possible universe. They're working on it. They are working on it. They are really working to get their hooks into that property because it's one of the last refuges that they haven't infected. It's only a matter of time before there's the Pride, rainbow chapter of the Space Marines. It's only a matter of time. They're working on it. What does the chat have to say? Do you like that? Any Warhammer fans? Yes. Star Fury says, Warhammer, death, death, and more death. Oh, and demon possession. Don't forget that. Unlike, as I mentioned in my other live stream about the exorcism movies, because I watched the Pope Exorcist, exorcism movies are never scary. They're never scary because there's no way the demon can win. Because all you have to do to beat the demon is either, one, do not go in the room where the possessed child is, or number two, just pray a lot. If you just do one of those two things, you're fine. There's no danger to you whatsoever. But in Warhammer, demon possession, that shit ain't, you don't want to mess with that shit. Like, you will turn into an abomination and murder all of your friends. Like, it is, you will be a servant of chaos and live in a world of madness and death for the rest of eternity. So no, demons are nothing to sneeze at. You do not fuck around with demons in the Warhammer universe. Boomman Blue says, I never played any Warhammer. Looks sweet. Well, I will tell you, I have played Warhammer, the tabletop battle game, both fantasy and 40K. Mostly fantasy, back when they still had fantasy. And I played as the Bretonnians. The Bretonnians, which are sort of the Arthurian knights. And I will say, it is one of the most incredible, tactical games you will ever play on a tabletop. At the same time, it is so maddening because the rules are so nuanced that it's very lifelike in that there's a rule to simulate almost every aspect of a battle. Flank charges, the psychology of your units fleeing in fear. Like, for example, in both fantasy and in 40K, there is a rule that if a terrifying creature, if there's a creature that causes terror and it lands near a unit, like a dragon, for example, you have to affected troops that are not resistant to terror have to like roll the dice to check whether they flee, right? So there's so many rules for every little level. And so you will have the most maddening reversals in that game because you'll have like I had like 4 units of knights, right? So this is like a full, platoon, for lack of a better term, but just basically a full phalanx of soldiers, a full unit of knights, and they're charging, and they had all the advantages. They had all the advantages to beat the bad guy, but there was one like unit that on the enemy side that caused terror, right? Now, normally this isn't a problem because my knights had a very high leadership score, which meant, yes, we're talking about Warhammer now, but my knights had a very high leadership score, and, that meant that they were very resistant to terror. And I rolled the dice for each unit, and they were all passing it well. I had one unit that had a slightly lower leadership score because they were the younger knights that were less proven, and they fled. Now, because they fled, every unit near them had to take a leadership test to see if they would flee. And I just got unlucky, and I rolled like 3 bad rolls in a row, and I had half of my entire army at the beginning of the game fled, completely defeated without a shot. It was like, I was so mad because it takes an hour to set up this game. It takes an hour to set it up. And it's like, oh, there it goes. An hour, 2 hours maybe of planning, setting everything up, getting so excited that they're going to charge and and then they all flee. So, you're in for a little bit of pain, but it's kind of irresistible because it's such a nuanced, interesting game. So yeah, I'm excited. So Fu Man Blue says, so there is no all stop in space? Well, there is, I think, but you have to fire reverse thrusters. Like you literally have to apply the equal force in the opposite direction to stop the ship. But I think what it's meant to simulate, because you're referring to the fact that in this game, at every turn, you're required to indicate where the ship will move, to indicate that it's always in motion. I think it's also to simulate the drift, right? Because even if the ship itself, stops, so to speak, in space, you're still affected by gravitational forces. You're still drifting, right? And the other ship is still moving relative to you. And so I think it's just meant to generally simulate the fact that it's, in practical terms, in a space battle, in a 3-dimensional sphere, there's really, for all practical purposes, there's no such thing as standing still, right? It's like you might be stationary relative to another object, but the ship itself is still in motion. And that is probably a super nerdy way of saying, of just arguing with you. Just arguing, just being a nerd and just arguing with you and just not accepting your premise. No, it makes sense. There's no stopping in space. No, can't do it. Star Fury says demons definitely can win in Warhammer. Oh yes. In fact, it's kind of a miracle they haven't won already. Is kind of the way that universe is structured. Don't talk about 40K. My wallet is screaming already. That's right. Oh boy. If you can afford Warhammer, I know that you're doing well in life, or you're cashing your poor grandma's Social Security checks. It's one of those two things. What else we got? I have another trailer for us. So I just think that this is going to be super cool. Another game trailer crossed my path. And I would like to play this one as well. I would. Oh, wait, no, it's on the browser. That's right. I have it on the browser. Here we go. Let's see if I can. Come now, Internet. Don't fail me now.
Earth's best and brightest land on planet Balaka. The mobile infantry ready to engage against the bug menace. Elite Deep Space Vanguard troopers deploy state-of-the-art subsurface scanners to find the bug hives and win the day.
Get on the line! The base is under attack! Where's the resource team? We need the yard gas up there now!
Multiple contacts! We got bugs! Heads up! Grenade out!
Incoming! Protect the arch! Hold them back! Kill them all!
That's wild. I love that.
Completely dry! Need ammo!
Dude, this game looks like a blast.
Open the damn gate! Let him in!
We're all loaded up! Firing the arc now! Pack it up, Brimstone 1, and prepare for extraction.
We got what we needed! We're out of here!
Another successful mission for the Vanguard. We need fighters like you. Would you like to know more?
That is such a nice touch at the end there. Would you like to know more? Dude, I love that original Starship Troopers movie. I love that movie. It's like one of those classics I can watch anytime I want. And I remember when I first saw it, I hated it. Because like I was like, I didn't hate it. I did love it. I just was sort of traumatized by it because for whatever reason, all the gore and just the arms flying off and everything, it really bothered me as a kid. I was going through a phase of my life when I really couldn't stand gore in like any form. I couldn't handle it. It bothered me a lot. And so it was like even like minor things in like I'm trying to think of like the Matrix, you know, when like the bug is climbing into his belly button, which frankly is kind of hard to watch even now. But I just couldn't handle anything like that back then. And I grew out of it. But I remember seeing that movie and I loved it because I loved the adventure of it. I loved how it was like, it's such a great portrayal of the romance of the military and the romance of like going off to battle and patriotism and all of that, but then coming up against the reality of it and the meat grinder element. I loved the ships. I loved how it was kind of this story of three different characters going down different paths in different branches of the military, one in intelligence, one in the infantry, and one in the fleet. I just thought that was all super cool. And I loved how there was a sense of like real danger and real peril in that movie. Like when the ship is breaking in half, it's horrifying, you know? I love Star Trek, but Star Trek at that time just never really had anything like that. So seeing a ship break in half and seeing people flying out of it was scary, and it was cool. It was like, oh shit, this is for real. You know, I enjoyed those elements of it that were like harsh and unforgiving in terms of like portraying the combat. And I really loved Rico's arc. I loved the fact that he had this teacher he kind of looked up to, but he was kind of weird and you didn't like him at first. But then when you're in battle, it's like you're so happy that he's there because he's the kind of hard ass SOB that might actually get you out of this alive. I love how Rico earns his, respect. But at the same time, he's kind of like, well, you're my guy until you die or I find someone better. It's like, damn, that's awesome. I love that freaking movie. Anyway, the video game looks like it is just absolutely nailing it because it just feels like the movie. It feels like the combat. They even have like a clever reason for why they're on the planet. They've got to defend against all the bugs while they scan for the hive. Like, that's a super cool idea. See, I like plausible tactics in my sci-fi and fantasy universes. I like the idea that like there's an actual reason that we're fighting this war with infantry because let's face it, if we were up against a species like bugs, there would be no logical sense in actually going down and fighting them one-on-one with soldiers. Like, you're never going to win on numbers against insects. It's not possible. So the only way to effectively wipe them out is to be smart about it and to like... So I enjoy the fact that the game is incorporating that element into it. It's like, we're not just fighting them to fight them. We're not literally going to exterminate them arachnid by arachnid. We're scanning for the hive, but while we are scanning for the hive, we've got to hold this position. And that is super cool. So talk amongst yourselves, chat. Captain is going to take a brief break, and I will be right back. And we are back. Welcome back to the Captain's Cast, the premier live stream for entertainment news and all things nerd culture. Swords and Starships is the channel. Stay tuned. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Please help your dear captain with a like if you can. Or just hang out with me for a while on a Sunday. You know, I never want the weekend to end, and so this is my way of prolonging it. So here we are. Yeah, I had a thought also while I was away. I was thinking about some of the other things. I really quite like the very cheesy, somewhat dorky love story in Starship Troopers. I really like how, you know, of course, he's dating the hot chick in the beginning of the movie. And then she goes off to be a big hotshot pilot captain. She's really ambitious, and she goes off and doing her own thing. And then she breaks up with him. She sends him a Dear John letter while he's in basic. And the only reason he joined basic training is because he just wanted to live up to her standards so he could be with her. So in order to impress her, he joined the army. Which just made me think of something. This is a story in which a man makes a dramatic life choice for no other reason but that he wants a girl's love. Now, isn't it interesting how, like, there's nothing wrong with that? Like, the Wokies would never have a problem with that. A man joining the military just to impress a woman so that she'll stay with him. It's like, we don't have to, I feel no urge to go back and revise, do a new version of Starship Troopers for a modern audience in which Rico's agency is restored, because it turns out he joined the military for other reasons than just her. He would never just define his life based on his need for a woman's love. No, he would never do that. He has way too much agency for that. Come on, it's so stupid. Their ideology is so stupid. It's like, you know what it is? It's narcissism. Like, when you only see the world through the lens of, like, your existence, which is, by the way, how a 2-year-old views the world, they can only identify with what they think of things. They can't see that, like, there's a flip side to everything that you believe. Like, anyway. So I love the fact that it's about how the hot chick breaks up with him, and you're kind of like, oh, that sucks. Oh, what a bitch. No, it feels so wrong. But then Diz, who's like this annoying Dizzy, she's like this annoying little puppy dog that's always chasing her around, and she's always had a crush on him. He knows, but he's not into her. Well, she winds up in the crew with him, and he gives her shit like, oh, you joined just for me, didn't you? What a loser, which is projection, of course. And then she kind of like, fights back a little bit, tells, screw you, Johnny. But there's some truth to it, you can kind of tell. And then finally, after fighting in battle and seeing death and actually kind of getting this great advice from his mentor, who's now his commander, who kind of tells him, I just love that scene where she asks him for a dance and he says no. And then, because he's been promoted, don't you know? And he's too important now to dance with her. And while all the other troops are having fun. And he's like, he won't join the party, because he's got to be a leader now. And so his commander comes up to him and says, you once asked me for some advice. Would you like some now? And Rico says, sure, of course, sir. Yes. He's like, never pass up a good thing. And I freaking love that part of the movie. And so then he goes and he's like, actually, you know what? I do want to dance with you. And then they, of course, they have a quickie in the tent after that, just before they head into battle together again. I just think that was fantastic. Of course, spoilers for Starship Troopers. I guess I shouldn't tell you the next thing that happens. But in any case, I just found that whole little unexpected love story charming because it actually is unexpected. It's not the typical arc. That's actually subverting expectations in a good way. That's actually how it's done when it actually works for storytelling rather than against it. But yeah, there is some. The chat is being very naughty today. Star Fury says, depends how thin an atmosphere can propagate sound waves. I'm sure there is. Okay, we're discussing physics in the chat, which is excellent. Captain approves. We're debating what's possible in a planet's atmosphere, which is important. Foodman Blue says, yeah, I wonder if they are going to go back through all the rom-coms and fix the problematic scenes where the he-she star is rushing to the airport to stop some love interest from leaving. Star Fury says, the book is still way better for Starship Troopers. Heinlein is a sci-fi Hall of Famer. Yeah, and what I don't like about the film adaptation is it's very clear that the directors and writers had a very negative attitude of Heinlein's original vision of the story. Heinlein wrote a very unapologetic film that portrays a future that is basically a military controlled republic is essentially what it is. And it definitely is on the line in terms of it being a kind of fascistic society. But of course, when the left looks at anything, they can't look at anything with nuance. So they just see it as it's a military fascist story. And so they decide to portray it in a kind of parody tone. And so the movie has an element of parody to it, which I don't love about it. And I know that the book was not meant to be a parody. It was meant to be a serious military parable. So I should read it. I got to read it. Tom says, love that scene in Starship Troopers when Razik opens the tent and says something like, be ready in 5 minutes, but then sees that they're sleeping together and gives them 15. Yeah, he's like, make it 15 minutes. Yeah, no, I love that part too. That is, by the way, that is a well-portrayed military commander. Like, seriously, because he's serious. He has, he doesn't mess around, but at the same time, he understands how to lead people by inspiring them and by, kind of tending to their needs and understanding that, they've got to be able to blow off some steam. They've got to be able to have a reason to fight. So he's a hard ass. Like, he has a great line where he says, there's only one rule in my company, and that's everyone fights, nobody quits. Break that rule, I'll shoot you myself. And it's like, so he's like super tough and a hard ass, but only to the extent that he gets the job done. He keeps people alive to the extent that he can. And then he expects the best and he gives the best. I love that. Starfury says, you earn your citizenship. Yeah, it's like, I understand that concept. I quite enjoy that element of the story. And, a part of me is tempted to think that might be a better model for society. But at the end of the day, once you put the military in charge of things, it's only going one direction. There's only one outcome when that happens. And so civilian control of the military is just non-negotiable if you want to live in a free society. It just is the way it is. I mean, we barely have it now. We barely have civilian control of the military as things are, right? The military kind of has to hide a lot of the control they actually do have by pretending to be accountable. So, But I get what he's saying. Fu Man Blue says, you're being too quiet tonight, Lurker, Tom. That's right, Tom. Speak up at the chat. The chat demands Tom. By popular demand, more Tom is requested. Starfury says, Ratchik's scene in the school near the beginning is awesome. It really is. Here's the thing. Here's what's brilliant about that. He argues in favor of this kind of military control of society where citizenship can only be earned through service. That is, through becoming part of the military and serving the society. And then also he's kind of defending, roughly speaking, a military dictatorship. I don't think it's really a dictatorship because citizens can vote. So there is the ability of consent of the governed, but you don't have any voting rights if you don't have citizenship. Now, what I like about this is that if it were woke storytelling, right? If this movie were made today, he would have been a villain and a monster. And everything he was saying would have been meant to sort it. You know what he would have been? He would have been representative of Trump. That's basically what he would have been. He would have been like a MAGA guy, and he would have been like a blowhard asshole, and he would have died like a bitch. Basically, he probably would have charged into some idiot. Like if Alex Kurtzman were writing Starship Troopers today, that's what Ratchik would have been, right? But what I like about it is back then, even progressive liberal writers and directors were capable of presenting a debate in a film in which there are two sides, because you hear that is literally the debate part of the film, right? What is the meaning of citizenship? Is the military just a con to feed meat into the grinder, or is there some kind of honor and duty and worth to it? And so Ratchik's side of that is to explain that back in the days of civilian-controlled democracy, it was a shit show, and everything went to hell because civilians couldn't handle it, and that citizenship had to be earned, and so the military had to step in and fix it. And as he presents all these arguments, they are not presented to the viewer as though you are meant to reject them out of hand. He's literally a character arguing from a true position, from a nuanced position in which, you're being invited to consider what he's saying, even though it is, he's basically arguing for military control of society. Then you get the scene between Rico and his parents, in which his father is arguing the exact opposite. His father is basically arguing the military is awful. You're just going to get yourself killed. That teacher is a maniac. He's crazy. And so the film is once again giving you yet another argument that is on the other side of the debate. And here's this kid caught in the middle of it. He doesn't know anything about the world. And both of these mentors, his father and his teacher, are kind of pulling him in different directions. And the film does not take a side. The film does not take a side whether either of them is right or wrong. It simply invites you as the audience to consider who is right and who is wrong. And in the end of the day, there's actually kind of truth on both sides. I think that's really how the film ultimately shakes out, is that there was truth to both arguments. That is called storytelling. That is true writing. That is actually interesting. That is actually good sci-fi, as a matter of fact. It's sci-fi that invites you to think and consider and does not try to do your thinking for you. This is why Kurtzman Trek is not Star Trek. This is why Kurtzman Trek is dog shit. It is shit. Alex Kurtzman is a freaking cancer. So is Akiva Goldsman. They're shitheads. And because I don't just want to devolve into name calling, I think about what we've lost, okay? I think about what we lost, and I hate that there is a new generation of Star Trek fans that don't even know better. They just don't even know better. They see this stupid crap like Lower Decks, and they think this is what science fiction is. And it's like, it's junk food. It's junk food for the mind is all that it is. Let me give you an example, because your captain would never bring in an argument without evidence. Do you want to see some junk food, folks? Here it is.
You gonna start the engine sometime soon, Erica?
Oh, God.
Don't worry.
Can I just say with no shame whatsoever, this shaved head character piloting the ship, every time I see her, I want to throw up. I just want to throw up in my mouth. This is the most unappealing woman I've ever seen. Every expression on her face annoys the shit out of me. To say that you can't have awkward characters in Star Trek, Reginald Barclay would be an example. It's that it's so boring. It's so boring. It's like every single MCU movie, every DC movie, every Disney Star Wars movie, basically almost every fantasy show they come out with, The Witcher, Wheel of Time, Willow, Lord of the Rings. No, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive your captain. Rings of Power. It's like all of these shows, they all do this shit now. All of them. You too. That's funny. Funny. I detest Kurtzman Trek. I detest it. Star Trek is dead. I don't want any more of it. I enjoyed season 3 of Picard. I'm done. Ugh. What was I get goosebumps on. So Fu Man Blue has said, Stargate SG-1 talk. Hey, your captain is watching SG-1, so I got to be careful with spoilers there. I watch a couple more episodes. I got to tell you, okay, Captain's going to be a little honest with you now. This is for you Stargate fans. I had to skip an episode because I couldn't take it. Look, here's the deal, okay? I always hated the episodes of Voyager when they would land on... Voyager had some of the most cringe episodes of all Star Trek. And some of them were like they would land on a planet and there would be just like very human-looking aliens. And it would just be weird. And I was like, you know what? I'm not feeling... Like there was an episode with a bunch of people trapped in like a simulation with a clown. And it was so cringe. It was just like... And I can't... So even in Star Trek, I can only do so much, okay? If there's like a culture... There's an episode where it's like there's a weird culture. It's irritating me. I can't do it, and I have to skip it. So, like, there was this episode of Deep Space Nine where they find these people from the Gamma Quadrant, and for whatever reason, their idea for how these aliens look is they just had like boils on their skin. They just had pimples all over their skin, and that was their alien feature. And it was awful. It was off-putting to look at, but not even in just the ugly alien way, just like, oh, that's not an alien. And they had this really awful sob story plot about how they were refugees dispossessed by the Dominion. And the whole episode is about how they're overrunning Deep Space Nine. And I mean, in theory, it was mostly a pretty good episode, but every scene with these aliens, I couldn't take it. They annoyed me. I didn't like the fact that they were always tugging on your heartstrings, but they were so unappealing. Just their behavior and the way they looked, I was like, I can't with these. And so look, when a Stargate episode makes me feel that way, you know, I may have to skip it. There was the one with the Mongolians, and they're trying to dress up Captain Carter because like women are property in their society, you know, which is, of course, it's fun to see Captain Carter have to. I mean, not obviously, just the idea that she's a stranger in a strange land and she's got to put up with this bullshit. It's like an interesting premise, but like I will say, the show has set up the fact, and I think this is very clever, has set up the fact that these are all ancient humans that have been seeded on other planets throughout the galaxy. And so all the people we're running into are essentially ancient cultures that have been transplanted from Earth. And I think that's pretty cool. That's a really good way to get at it. And it definitely explains why they're all human. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. That's cool. Teal'c is cool. I like Teal'c. I really like Colonel O'Neill. Richard Dean Anderson is great as this character. I love Captain Carter. Captain Carter is quite the babe, I have to say. And then I love Daniel. No, is it Daniel? Is Daniel his last name or his first? Shit, I forget. All right. Anyway, I like the nerdy guy. He's like one of my definitely cool. Not as cool as James Spader's portrayal, but you know what can you do? James Spader's probably too expensive. I get it. That being said, I did watch, like, the second episode was really pretty good. It was kind of a ship in a bottle episode where they have the thing is inside the other soldier and they have to get it out of him. That was pretty cool. And but there's one problem I have with it. They arrive on these planets and all the humans from ancient cultures speak English. So how does that work? Now look, I know that's nitpicky. Okay, I know. But like in Star Trek, they at least say it's a universal translator. It's a universal translator. Why couldn't they just say that? They could just say that they have a magical bullshit technology that Teal'c gave them that allows them to communicate. Like, I think that would have been nice to have that, because it would have helped me with my suspension of disbelief just a touch. But no, I'm excited. I'll keep watching it. I'll keep checking in with you on Stargate. Who mentioned the Orville? Someone mentioned the Orville in the chat. It went by. I lost it. It was Gary over at Nerdrotic that convinced me to watch the Orville, because this is before season 3 of Picard, and I was very depressed about just all the franchises dead. And so it convinced me to take a second look at the Orville. And I'll tell you, the reason why I didn't watch the Orville to begin with is because it looked like what Kurtzman Trek is, right? Which is a jokey, stupid parody of Star Trek. And especially since it was Seth MacFarlane, I kind of was thinking, well, he's definitely just turning it into a big comedy. And I did not want to watch Lower Decks for the same reason. I don't want to watch a parody of Star Trek. I just don't. But then I heard, no, he takes it seriously. It's actually really good. Give it a shot. And I will say, there's one thing about Seth MacFarlane. I do not share his love of like Broadway musical numbers. I just don't. And for whatever reason, he wants to put them in everything he does. And so that is a big negative for Orville. But that being said, it's great. It is better Star Trek than anything Kurtzman has produced. It's better than anything JJ has produced in terms of Star Trek. Like, he literally he checks every kind of box of like Star Trek storytelling. You have interesting, larger than life characters. You have complex moral dilemmas in which there's no easy answer. You have fish out of water characters. Like, I love Isaac. Isaac is such a great character on the Orville. And where Isaac's story ultimately goes in season 2 and 3 is at, and I don't even want to say it because if you haven't seen it, I want you to be surprised. Where that goes is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. The story with Isaac and the Kalon, his people, the machine people, is fascinating. That was really well done. So there's great... Orville is fantastic. And the 3rd season was a lot of fun. And actually, I don't actually mind the humor that much. I actually think it's pretty good because a lot of times it is drawn from the actual situation. It's drawn from the actual situation the characters are in. And the characters are taking it seriously, even if they're sometimes joking. That being said, there is one thing about the Orville that kind of nags at me a little bit. It feels slightly counterfeit. And what I mean by that is that it feels like a poor man's Star Trek. Which, yeah, it's kind of sucks. It feels like I can tell that you're trying to give me Star Trek, but it's not. And so that feeling just nags at me when I'm watching it, but it's so good that I can forgive that. So, and I will say that, like, at least they have rules that they stay faithful to in the show. There was a great episode where they go back in time, they use a time travel device, and they go back to our time. Actually, it's a really good point of comparison because I was watching Star Trek Picard Season 2. They go back in time to 2024, and you could so tell that when they filmed it, they thought it was going to be Trump's America because they're just talking about, oh, what an awful time this is, and the environment is collapsing, and all these homeless... They go to... This is Star Trek Picard Season 2. They go to Skid Row in Los Angeles, which is like the homeless capital of the world and has been forever. Like, everybody knows. Like, you just don't go there, and it's worse than ever because... now you're not allowed to evict any of the homeless people. And so they can just build rat-infested tent cities that are during a pandemic, of course, that are literally a health hazard. And the police are not allowed to do anything. It's dangerous. You should not go near Skid Row if you're a tourist. I'm serious about that. I've lived in Los Angeles. It's not good. And it's worse than ever. And so this, of course, created by the kind of... let's just say, political positions that the writers of Star Trek Picard hold. It's like, this is it would be one thing if they went to, like, Houston and they were trying to build this case. But no, they go to LA. It's been run by, the wokest of the woke for years. It's like, they created this paradise. What are you sweating us for? Anyway, so Star Trek Picard has this ham-fisted, lame, trying to paint Skid Row as the past that Star Trek... Meanwhile, you have the Orville, and they go back in time to Los Angeles I don't know if it's Los Angeles, I think it is, and it's roughly our time, and there is a similar kind of line where Seth MacFarlane's character, the captain, he basically says, oh, look at the mess these people made. Look how they left us this mess to clean up. And what's great is that the pilot, I'm forgetting the names of the characters. It's been over a year since I watched it. And don't drink, folks. It's bad for you. So the pilot character is the one that's been trapped in the past. And he kind of has this great line where he says, well, look, it's not as bad as it sounds. I've kind of enjoyed it. I've kind of enjoyed watching. It's kind of like watching a kid make mistakes on their way to becoming, fulfilling their potential. And I thought that was such a beautiful, poetic way to put it. And it was such a better way to have an allegorical story about the mistakes we're making in our own time without turning it into this beating you over the head political propaganda. So Orville is fantastic. Seth MacFarlane, is a very progressive guy. He also happens to be an excellent writer. He actually happens to be a really talented craftsman. So, Captain Salute to Seth MacFarlane, even if his politics are insane. But that being said, he's more reasonable than most of the wokies. Malloy, thank you, Star Fury. Yes, it was Malloy. And then what was I'm sorry, I can't remember. I only watched it one time through, and then I haven't looked at it again for a year. But Seth MacFarlane's character, what's his name? Give me that one. I don't even need IMDb. I have a crew. What else in the stack of stuff? So yeah, I think I will just close my thoughts on the Star Trek stuff with something Quentin Tarantino said, kind of grabbed my attention. And Tarantino, whether you like his movies or hate them, and I have kind of a love-hate relationship with his movies, I acknowledge, however, he is a craftsman. He absolutely is. So we're going to take a look at this. Captain Mercer. Thank you. Thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Captain Mercer. You know, it's not a very memorable name for a Star Trek captain. I know he's not a Star Trek captain, but he is a captain. This is what I mean when I say Orville's a little bit counterfeit. It's like an off-brand. You know what I mean? It's like an off-brand captain. I'll never forget the name Captain Sisko, Captain Picard, Captain Kirk, Captain Janeway, Captain Archer. I'll never forget those names. But Mercer, But Malloy, I love Malloy. He's a great character. I remember Isaac. I'll never forget Isaac. He's probably the most interesting character on the show, quite frankly. So this from Bounding Into Comics, Quentin Tarantino comments on the current streaming model for movies. What even is a motion picture anymore? Is it something they show on Apple? Director Quentin Tarantino recently made some pointed comments about the current streaming model as it pertains to movies and how the medium's influence has waned. Speaking with Baz Bam Big Boyle for Deadline, that's okay, Tarantino revealed his upcoming film, The Movie Critic, will be the last film in his filmography. I cannot imagine being a director and ever saying this. I could never imagine being in his position and saying that. How could you ever say that? Why would you ever want to give up a career like this? To just say, this will be my last film, but this is his reason. Not only did he reveal it would be his last, how could you even predict that, though? He explained, it's just time. It's just time to get out. It's time to go out. I like the idea of going out on top. I like the idea of giving it my all for 30 years and then saying, okay, that's enough. And if I don't like working to diminishing returns, and I mean, now is a good time because, I mean, what even is a motion picture anymore? Is it just something they show on Apple? That would be diminishing returns. He then turned his attention to how he views the medium of film at large and why he plans to produce The Movie Critic with Sony. Well, I've always thought that, and they eventually get to television. I saw them, a lot of them this way. You know, I hate it when they like exactly transcribe podcasts. It's like, well, don't exactly transcribe it. Like fill in the blanks so that it flows a little. But anyway, so I'm probably going to be doing the movie with Sony because they're the last game in town that is absolutely, utterly committed to the theatrical experience. It's not about feeding their streaming network. They are committed to theatrical experience. They judge success by asses on the seats. And they judge success by the movies entering the zeitgeist, not just making a big, expensive movie and then putting it on your streaming platform. No one even knows it's there. Bingo. Exactly. He's exactly right about this. He's like, look, they are committed to the theatrical experience, sitting in the theater and experiencing a great film, right? Disney, they don't want a theatrical experience. They want content. That's all they care about is content. He went on to further explain his point about films no longer affecting the zeitgeist. I mean, and I'm not picking on anybody, but apparently for Netflix, Ryan Reynolds has made $50 million on this movie and $50 million on that movie and $50 million on the next movie for them. I don't know what any of those movies are. I've never seen them. Have you? That's such a great point. I haven't ever talked to Ryan Reynolds' agent, but his agent is like, well, it cost $50 million. He costs, I guess he means Ryan Reynolds cost $50 million. Well, good for him that he's making so much money. But those movies don't exist in the zeitgeist. It's almost like they don't even exist. They don't. I've seen a couple of them. There was like one where he's like, he goes back in time or something and he meets his child self and they go on an adventure together. And I remember thinking like, you know, this movie isn't terrible. It's also not great. It's just perfectly mediocre. It's just perfect. You know, there's just enough Ryan Reynolds lines for it to qualify as like Ryan Reynolds humor. You know, there's just enough time travel to qualify as like a clever time travel story. You know, there's just enough action scenes that, yes, you could call it an act. It's mediocre. There's no one's going to remember that movie ever. I don't remember the title either. While it might seem like he's being extremely cynical toward the new streaming model, Tarantino counters, well, I don't think I'm that negative about it. I think I had been going that way, and then the pandemic hurried everything along. Or no, he said he thinks it had been going that way, and the pandemic hurried it. He's just saying this is the new reality. Like, we're heading into this. We're feeding the beast. That's how it's going to be. But his own critique of the current television streaming shows is, but I've got no axe to grind against television per se, all right? I've got no axe to grind against television, but everyone watches all these shows, and they're all just soap operas. It can be very entertaining while you're watching it, but at the end of the day, it's all a soap opera. You learn about a bunch of characters, you kind of know all their backstories, and then you watch them fight or hook up or this or that or the other, and it's just a soap opera, he reiterates. And it's like, it's very engaging while you're watching it, but when it's over with, 3 weeks after I watch the last episode, I usually don't have the same feelings that I have after I watch a good movie. Yet when I'm watching it, it's compelling. You know, I disagree with him on this to an extent. I think there are some, like Stranger Things, for example. Like, that is a show, I remember that show. Like, I think about it after I watch it. I cannot wait for the next season to come out. Like, I've always loved that show. But most of the shows you see, he's right about. Like, they don't really do anything new or interesting that really, like, that leaves you feeling like an experience. And probably the only television shows that really do that on a regular basis are like miniseries. Because like that show Chernobyl, like, holy shit. Like, I watched that and it took me a week to kind of just decompress after watching that, because it was such an experience to watch that whole thing. So I feel like limited series are better at this, but you know, the ongoing series, they just turn into more stuff happening. So now they get into him talking about his new movie, and that's pretty much it. So, you know, I think what he's right about, he also had another point that he made, which is that, you know, movies are just content now. And they're, well, actually, no, that was the point I wanted to call out. He basically says they're soap operas. And I think that is exactly the problem with every new attempt to do like Star Trek, to do like The Mandalorian, to do Halo, you know, the Paramount abortive, awful Halo show they tried to do. What they're doing, Rings of Power, Wheel of Time, Willow. Like, all they're doing with all these properties is they're turning them into banal, vapid, superficial soap operas. They're just soap operas. The characters don't have any real depth. There's not really any challenging themes or ideas in these shows. They mostly derive their enjoyment from either, algorithm-approved jokes and meta humor, or violence. Those are the only two things they have going for them. Violence that's shocking, or violence for the sake of violence, or approved meta witty quips, you know, in the MCU style. And that's all they have. And Star Trek is 100% that now. And like, as much as I love Star Trek season 3 of Picard season 3, you know, there were even a few jokes that were on the line. And the captain almost disallowed some of them. Anything Raffi said, just delete that. I could not stand anything Raffi said in just that whole season. God, I hate that character so much. But anyway, well, there was that really cringe line where Riker and Worf are having an amazing conversation. These two storied legacy characters that have been a part of science fiction and Star Trek canon for 30 years, and they're having this amazing conversation, and Raffi, who the hell is that, shows up as like, boys, we need to get back to our mission. I'm like, oh, fuck off, Raffi. Nobody wants you here. Nobody cares that you're here. That is the only problem with kind of what they set up at the end of Star Trek Picard season 3, is that Raffi would be in like a hypothetical next show. No way. No, I would love a Jack Crusher show. I don't want but I don't want Rafi in it. I can't do a Jack Crusher show where Rafi is a character. I'm sorry. And realistically, there can't possibly be a successful Jack Crusher show unless it is written and ran and directed by Terry Matalas. It's just the only way. If it is not Terry Matalas, it's just going to be more, oh my God, I'm piloting. I've done it 100 times, Captain. Oh, jeez. Oh, you Starfleet crew of mine, you're giving me the fits. Jeez. This is Starfleet now. I could never imagine Janeway or Archer ever. There's even a scene in the very first season of Enterprise, right, where Tucker is. I love the character of Charles Tucker. Trip is piloting the shuttle that's taking Captain Archer to the NX Enterprise, and it's right there in dry dock. It's just been finished, and they're flying to it. And Tucker flies just a little too close and scratches the hull with the shuttle. And Archer's immediately he's like, "Hey, you scratched the paint." And he's like, "Sorry, Captain." It's like big deal. Captain won't put up with that shit. No, Captain would. No, Captain would. For example, if I were to leave Starfury in charge of this stream and he just crashed it right into something, he'd have to, he'd be demoted. He would be demoted. And it wouldn't be pretty. The captain would have to have a conversation. That's maritime tradition. I don't make the rules. It's maritime tradition. What does the chat think? Starfury says, "Don't be hard on yourself. If you can't remember, it's not worth remembering." I wish that were so. I used to have an almost eidetic memory for characters. I really did. And then I spent too many years hard drinking, and that killed a brain cell or two. I will just say that much. Anyhow, Starfury said, "I was looking for space disco myself." Boo Man Blue says, "Dude, I had to think about that for a minute. I skipped all of the Raffi until she met Worf, even the first pass." Starfury says, "Which comment to disco or not disco?" I don't know what the disco thing is. I missed that part. I feel so left out. Starfury says, "Glad I didn't mention rollers." Oh, that's right. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Stranger Things, right? Season 4? Is that what the roller skates? And, yeah. They have 11 throw a roller skate at a girl. Yeah, there's definitely a kind of Carrie plot that they create in season 4. And I did not like it. I have problems with season 4. It's interesting. I liked season 2 and 3 of Stranger Things. In fact, I loved season 3 of Stranger Things. It did have problems, definitely. And I don't like what they were doing with Joyce and Hopper in season 3. There were I hated a lot of that plot arc because they turned them into a slapstick comedy act. And I don't know why they did that again in season 4, by the way. They keep turning Joyce into a slapstick character. I don't know why they do this. She's one of my favorite characters in the show, and they keep turning her into a joke. And now they're doing it to Hopper. They fixed it a little bit in season 4. But here's why I like season 3 of Stranger Things. I loved how the Mind Flayer built this monster to fight 11. And what I liked about it is it was very Lovecraftian. It was very much existential horror. And I liked that you had never heard the Mind Flayer speak. You had never heard the Mind Flayer address anyone directly before until this one very carefully positioned moment in season 3 when, through the voice of Billy, the Mind Flayer speaks to 11 directly. And that conversation was fantastic. I just loved the malevolence and the threat level that he represents. And I loved how 11 is set up as this nemesis to the Mind Flayer. That was so cool. And how the Mind Flayer looks at her as this thorn in its side that it has to remove. But what I also liked about it is there's a distinct alienness to the way that the Mind Flayer speaks, right? The Mind Flayer speaks in this cadence and in this way that like a human would not. And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that because it represents an otherworldly being, like Cthulhu. He's like a Cthulhu type character. And so I enjoyed the fact that they only allowed the Mind Flayer to have a speech one time in the whole series. You just get one speech. This is up to season 3. Now, we get to season 4. A lot of season 4 was good. A lot of it was good. And a lot of it I liked. But, and I won't get into spoilers. All I will say is that they explained the origin of the Mind Flayer, and I did not like it because they took that alien Lovecraftian element out of the Mind Flayer's character, and I'm disappointed by that. I enjoyed the alienness of the Mind Flayer, and now they changed it in a way that removes that element, and so that disappoints me. And I also felt that they started kind of subverting Eleven's character because they started turning her into a Carrie-like character, and I did not like that. There were parts of her. There's another thing I don't like that Stranger Things does, and frankly, they've done this throughout the whole series to some extent, and it's a bit of a weakness in the writing style. They like sort of contrived melodrama between the characters, and one of the ways they did this with Mike is that they have Mike not taking Eleven's side in the roller skate situation. Like when she's dealing with bullies, for whatever reason, Mike is not taking her side, and I found that to be contrived and out of character. I don't think Mike would ever not take her side. In fact, if he has a flaw, it should be that she can do no wrong. That's actually what his flaw should be, is that he can't see it when she's making a mistake. That's what I think would be in character for Mike. So I didn't like that because they just wanted drama. You know, they just wanted there to be a reason for Eleven to feel alone in the world, and that's cheap. That's lazy to me. But mostly everything else I really liked. I will say the wacky slapstick adventure with the Russian pilot annoyed the shit out of me. I mostly liked. I do like that the Russians are bad in this. I like that the Soviets are evil. I fully expected this show to sort of portray the Soviets as just good but misunderstood. I like the fact that they are evil. You know, that the Soviet military is evil. And if that is as it should be. Like, if you spoke against the state, they'd have you shot. That more people died in the gulags than ever died, combined in the concentration camps in World War II Germany. That's not to compare by strictly numbers. I'm just saying there was evil there. There was evil there. So I enjoy the fact that the Ruskies are just the bad guys. That's fun. I do acknowledge there was some dumbassery in season 3. But anywho, if anyone has thoughts of Stranger Things, since we just wound up in that tangent. Captain is now speaking in tongues because I never watched Stranger Things. Well, give it a shot. Give it a shot. I am a big fan of Stranger Things. I think it is the one thing Netflix has produced that was truly excellent. And it's very unique. I've not really ever seen a show quite like it. Now, there is tons of 80s nostalgia everywhere you look these days. Everybody's nostalgic for the 80s with good reason. The 80s were great. But Stranger Things is one of the few 80s nostalgia shows that I feel portrays the 80s authentically. The Americans would actually be another. The Americans is another good show that does the 80s really well, I think. But also in a more sober way. I think Stranger Things portrays the fun of the 80s and also kind of the dark side of the 80s in a really authentic way. It doesn't feel like it's just played because we love the 80s. It's not just like, it's not a romantic, overly romanticized view of it. But I guess what makes it work so well is it's not just that it's in the 80s. It is meant to be an homage to an 80s science fiction film. It is meant to be an homage to films like Poltergeist, Alien, or not Alien, E.T. Well, I guess you could probably say Aliens. But it's also meant to be kind of a nod to all those coming of age high school movies in the 80s. So it kind of has elements of those things. And it's really meant to be, a tribute to those great science fiction films of the 80s. And it does it so well. And it has it's got a lot of heart. There's so many great the characters are fun. They're larger than life. It's got this, there's a lot of, even though there's a lot of dark things in Stranger Things, there's a lot of joy. And there's a lot of stories of friendship that are not like these obnoxious, like Kurtzman Trek, kind of like, it's, if you think about it, it's statistically improbable that we were all together in this one time and place. It's like, no, screw that. It's like in Stranger Things, the friendships feel earned. They feel real. They feel like actual childhood friendships, and they sometimes fall apart and they come back together. You know, there's also a sense that there's this kind of dance between the kids' story and the adult story. And the adults are obviously more capable and competent, and they are necessary in the story to stopping the evil. But what I like about it is that the weakness that the adults have in the show is that they can't imagine. They can't imagine these things are real. And so they struggle to understand the threat because they're in the world of adults where these things aren't possible. But when it becomes time for something to actually be done about it, the adults are needed, and they provide necessary guidance to the children. The children, right? Their weakness in the story is that they are in way over their heads. They are playing with forces they do not understand, but their strength is the fact that their imaginations allow them to accept that these monsters are real and that they can actually do something about it. Right. And so it's fun how they have this kind of back and forth between the kids have to uncover the mystery, but then the adults have to come in and help them. But then the kids have to they have to show the courage to take on this enemy when it shouldn't be possible to win, which inspires the adults to then take over themselves. Hopper is such a great character, Chief Hopper. You know, you kind of think he starts out the show as the typical sad sack loser, right? He's not very attentive at his job. He drinks too much. He's divorced. So you kind of get this idea of he's the typical male bumbling idiot. But as the first season progresses, it slowly becomes clear that there's very good reasons why he's in the state that he's in. And he is not the idiot that you think he is. And as the show unfolds, it slowly becomes clear why he's in this sad sack state, and there's a very good reason for it that has a very important emotional payoff at the end of the season. And you begin to realize that his passion in life really actually is doing the right thing and protecting people. He's a sheriff. And so it's actually the events of the story that pull him back into the role of the hero and being a sheriff who protects people. It's freaking brilliant. And then he becomes a father figure in the second season. I love Stranger Things. I really do. Season 4, I have mixed feelings about. I loved a lot of it, and there were other parts of it I really disliked. But overall, I love the show. It's a great show. There's very few like it. Check it out. And because we got to talk some Stranger Things when the next season comes out. Blue Man Blue says, I just like watching the things happen. I don't really care how they treat any of the characters. The Upside Down is the main character and gives me what I need. Yes, the Upside Down is great. I don't want to say too much if you haven't seen the show. I will just say there is a moment in season 1, because much of season 1, you would think it's a mystery box. Trust me, if you start watching season 1, you're going to think this is a lost J.J. Abrams style mystery box. Nothing makes sense. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Trust me, stick with it. Every single plot element is paid off. Every single weird thing that's happening, there is a reason. Now, what's fun about it is somewhere about halfway through the season, you figure out what's going on. And I remember the exact moment that I figured out what was happening. And I was like, oh, that's badass. That's so cool. When I finally realized what explained all the paranormal stuff, I was like, oh, that was such a great moment. I would never want to rob you of that. Same thing with The Matrix. The original Matrix film, I loved it. The moment when Neo wakes up and I'm like, oh my God, I now have figured out what's going on. And it was so cool. So cool. Love a show that can do that. Captain, stop spitting facts that will get you canceled. Oh no. What facts did I spit? I spit so many today I could hardly list them all. Your captain is just a fact machine. Wrangler, yes, they were. The awesome 80s. The 80s were great. They were, look, Reagan was in charge. Lady Thatcher was in charge. Pope Jean Paul was the moral voice of Christianity, and we were beating evil. We were fighting evil. And what's great about, but also, if I could just dial back my jingoistic fervor for just a moment, the 80s were it's very simple. During the 70s, basically what we had was the same thing we have right now with Jimmy Carter was the same kind of leader as old Uncle Joe. Just the same kind of leader. And we had all the same types of things happening. Just things going foobar overseas, lines around the block to get gas, prices and inflation going up on everything. Reagan came in, cleaned up that problem in Iran, cleaned it all up almost overnight. I'm telling you, just like the Ukraine thing. And then lowered taxes. We actually started pushing back against in the Cold War, saying like, look, you're going to lose. We all are going to lose if those bombs fall. And so make sure that you don't launch them, because if you do, you're going to lose. We're all going to lose, but you will lose. And Reagan was serious about that. Reagan was one of the most anti-war, presidents we ever had, because his whole philosophy was they have to know that there will be no compromise with them. We will not surrender to them. He had that famous line. He said, there's a way you can have peace, and you can have it right now. You can surrender. And meaning to the American people, that's the way. And it's like, we're not going to surrender our freedoms, but we are not going to allow World War III to happen. And Reagan, in my view, had a lot to do with why World War III ultimately did not happen and the Berlin Wall fell. And Thatcher as well had a lot to do with that. And so, anywho, not to get too in the weeds, but my point is the consequence of all that great leadership was an explosion of prosperity. I mean, this country, the economy was booming. The culture was full of music. Men were men, women were women. Look at commercials from the 80s. They're fantastic. Cindy Crawford in a bathing suit selling Pepsi. That's what they took from us. That's what they took from us. It was just but the 80s also had a dark side, as every time period does. But really, when people think of the 80s and what they love about it, it was a time when there was prosperity. And there was a belief in the goodness of Western civilization. We still believed in ourselves back then. Anyway, and there was also, I think the political climate was better, because there's a great scene, I probably have mentioned this before, there's a great scene in Stranger Things, I think it's season 2, where you see a shot of Mike's house. It's the one of the kids in the story. You see a shot of his house, and there's a Bush Reagan sign on the lawn, and then you see a shot of his buddy's house, and there's a Mondale Ferraro sign that was Reagan's opponent, 84, on their lawn. And the implication is everyone in this town is in a community, and they all live together. And yes, there's Mondale voters and there's Reagan voters, but they're able to live together and be a community. And it's that's what did exist, I think, in the 80s, that does not exist to the same extent today, which is sad. Star Fury says, well, you need standards to watch TV over here. We don't just let any pleb use one. Given the state of Disney, Marvel, and Star Wars, drop the bomb, please. Oh, no, Star Fury. Listen, Star Fury, I just have one question for you. Do you want Russia to win? Do you? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. All right. I'll stay out of it. Well, that's about all that was on your captain's mind today. I think I covered just about everything. I am still watching Silo. I'm still keeping an eye on Silo. I'm enjoying this show. I have to say, the actress in Silo, what is her name? She is just a super babe. I have to say. Super babe. That would be Rebecca Ferguson. Yes, she is in the Mission Impossible series. She's his love interest in the Mission Impossible movies. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's who I'm thinking of. And she's kind of the star of this show. Yeah. So, here's an example of a, when you want to talk about girl boss characters, right? That you could read this character as kind of a girl boss because she definitely has that energy. But what's great about this show is that she has just as many flaws as she has strengths. For every brash, loud talking comment she has, she sort of has like a negative consequence coming on the back end because she pisses people off. She rubs people the wrong way. She's kind of stuck in a sort of Game of Thrones in this universe, and she's playing it badly, because all she cares about is what she wants, which is to unravel the mystery of what happened to her lover in the story. And she doesn't care about all the political posturing she has to do. And so it's getting her into trouble as often as it's helping her kind of bludgeon her way through things. So she's just a really good character. That being said, this show is displaying a level of melodrama, which, to Tarantino's point, it's kind of a soap opera at times because I feel like sometimes she's like she's puffing out her lip for no reason because she just has to be negative and irritated all the time. So sometimes I get that energy, but other times it feels justified. I don't know. I'm watching it. Really, what's keeping me hooked is the mystery of the silo. I'm curious about it. I don't see this show having more than one interesting season because I feel like either they're going to answer this question and it's going to be cool, but that's the end of the show. It's like Westworld. It's like once the robots rebelled, what else was there left to say? Once Anthony Hopkins' plot was revealed, what else was there to do in Westworld? And I feel like this show has that same thing going on. It's like once we know what's going on with the silo, then what? Tim Robbins is pretty great. There's this other guy, Will Patton, plays the deputy sheriff. This guy, he is great in this show. And the way he plays off of her, because he's kind of like the old, grizzled, crispy, as my friend would like to say, kind of a crispy old lawman. And she kind of stumbles into the role of law enforcement in the show, and she doesn't really care that much about being there. She just needs to be there to get what she wants. And so these two have no time for each other. I'm kind of talking around things because I don't want to give away plot points, but so, here's what I like about the show so far. It is a think piece. It is a sci-fi world that invites you to think about it, and the world building is really fantastic. Like this silo feels real, and I get the feeling, only really good sci-fi gives me this feeling. It makes me kind of wonder about other stories you could tell in this, and like you could write fan fiction in this silo world that could be fun. So there's a lot of fertile territory for my fertile imagination. So I will keep an eye on Silo for you, and I will keep an eye, a sharp eye, on Stargate SG-1. And I must have a PC so that I can play Warhammer 40K. I can't afford like a giant Warhammer 40K army right now because I invest all of my money in my pursuits, such as this channel. But one day, but in the meantime, I sure as heck can play me some Rogue Trader. Don't you rather think? Starfury says, also, I am now unclean as I only drink Pepsi Max now, so I will expect the loud knock at the door at 3 a.m. Sugar is the reason for no upbeat TV anymore. Damn the food industry. Fu Man Blue says, I'm so tired of hearing myself say, I really thought that show was going to go somewhere after seeing season 2. Yeah. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Yeah. Silo has this energy, right? It has Westworld energy because the first season of Westworld, really good. But like once that concept has run its course, what is there left to say? Woot! SG1 says Fu Man Blue. Yes. All right, cool. Well, so I believe that is our show. That is our show this evening, and thank you for joining my dear chat. If you haven't, please do like and subscribe. Hit that notification button, and check out my locals. Local, swordsandstarships.locals.com. I am working on building up some community there, and also, your captain has been working on a new Iron Age project. It is a sci-fi space opera, and important things, important benchmarks have been met very recently. So I don't want to say more. I will be making an announcement soon, but let's just say things are happening, and I am working on a project I'm very excited about, and it is meant to be my answer to all of these complaints that I have made here today on this voyage. And I will just say one thing I absolutely know with all my heart, and that is it is possible to tell a story with a classical hero, a true leader on a mission in space with an interesting, larger-than-life crew that have interesting problems, that is gritty, that is grounded, that has high stakes, high energy, real danger, storylines that surprise you, but at the same time, have characters that can win and save the day, have teams that can come out happy on the other side, where there can be optimism even in the midst of danger and even despair. It's one reason why I'm so damn excited for Mission Impossible. Like Fallout, the only one of those series I really don't like is the first Mission Impossible movie. It was grim. It was weird. I've tried to watch it again. I don't like it. I hate that first movie. But everything from 2 on, it just gets better and better. And Mission Impossible Fallout was so excellent. And what I love about what they've done, what Tom Cruise has done with this character of Ethan Hunt, is he has turned him into a classic hero. He has turned him into a classic hero that saves the day. Even James Bond, even Daniel Craig's James Bond got the, he got the Jake Skywalker treatment in the final James Bond film, which was, what was it? I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, the very most recent James Bond film, spoilers for James Bond, Daniel Craig, James Bond. He just dies at the end. He dies at the end, and it's sort of pathetic how he dies. It's not even like a good death. It's just, I can't even. It's depressing. It's a depressing ending. It's so grim. It's like, this is why Mission Impossible is kicking James Bond's. I'm sorry, Brits. I'm sorry. I'm a great fan of James Bond. Pierce Brosnan, Timothy Dalton, Sean Connery. Big fan over here. Big fan of James Bond. But not a big Roger Moore guy, though. Not a big Roger Moore James Bond. But I love Connery, Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, and I liked Casino Royale. I really did like that one. I'm leaving one out. There's another one I feel like I'm forgetting somewhere. But in any case, Mission Impossible is kicking James Bond's ass right now because Ethan Hunt is still what James Bond used to be. He is a super spy that wins, that is clever, but what's kind of cool too is they've really leaned back into the team building element of Mission Impossible, because the whole original TV show that Mission Impossible is based on was about a team of super spies working together and pulling off kind of almost like heists. They're almost like a heist team in a way, more than they are super spies. But what I like about it is that Cruise has turned this character of Ethan Hunt into a James Bond level leading man, but also is able to connect him with a team that work together to pull off these interesting super spy heists. It's just brilliant. And yet there's also emotional stakes. The villains are cool. The villains are evil, but they're interesting. Dude, Philip Seymour Hoffman as the villain in the third one was fantastic. Like, he was great as the villain in that movie. And even though the ending was a bit not quite as exciting as I would like, he just was every scene where the guy's talking, you're just glued to the screen. It's so good. So excited for Dead Reckoning. Star Fury says, does anyone care about James Bond? Boomman Blue says, I was trying to be supportive, fail. Star Fury says, he eats an explosion. Oh, he does. He eats a missile. Cruise missile right to the face. Oh my God. He took that cruise missile right to the face, bro. Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. Always, yeah, it's, you know, I feel bad for James Bond fans because the wokies have their hooks into him. Bond is never coming back the way he was, ever. You know, the wokies have been after Bond forever because he's a, you know, let's face it, before Daniel Craig, he was a womanizer. He loved the ladies, and he loved them for a good time, not for a long time. And that is just not tolerable in the wokie world anymore. We can't have that. No, 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 no. But, you know, the other thing, too, is that the thing about Bond was always that the ladies were having a good time, too. They wanted to, like, they were there for a good time, not a long time. Like, that was kind of the deal. Like, it was mutually beneficial arrangement. Like, these were ladies that had important, extraordinary lives, globetrotting, and Bond had baddies to kill and no time to die. And, you know, it was time to hook up for some fun before we fight the big bad villain. And, like, that was, you just can't have that for a modern audience. It's not possible. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if we can ever get Bond back. I would hope so. I would hope so, because I miss the James Bond that would, like, throw a bad guy into like a newspaper printer, you know, and you just see the blood like streaking across the newspapers. And I think it was Pierce Brosnan, and he's like, you know, the papers just print trash these days. Or, you know, he had some kind of line like that. It was hilarious. You know, I miss that James Bond. It's like, that's the good James Bond that has to, like, make a joke at the dead bad guy's expense. Who are some great Bond villains? Alex Trevelyan, played by Sean Bean. Oh, that was a good 006. That was a good villain. Mads Mikkelsen as Le Chiffre in Casino Royale was good, but they totally, like, made him die like a bitch in that movie, which was lame. I didn't really like that, because he was a good villain up until he died like a, you know, just like a bitch, total bitch. He died like a dog, like a dog. Who else is a good Bond villain? Goldfinger. You know what one of my favorite Bond songs is? Live and Let Die by the great Paul McCartney. Live and Let Die. Oh, how could there be a better Bond song than that one? You know what? Most bananas Bond movie is Moonraker. Moonraker, what in the hell was even that? That movie is so bananas. He goes to space. They have laser guns. They were competing with Star Wars. You could totally tell. Mikkelsen. I said, what did I say? Mads Mikkelsen, Mikkelsen. It's Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen was a good Bond villain. Who is that? You know, I really liked, what's the name of this actor? He's in everything now. He was the villain in Tomorrow Never Dies, which that probably wasn't a super great Bond movie, but I liked it. I just liked it because it was just a bad guy wants to do bad stuff to the world, and Bond has to stop him. It was just very simple. Very simple. Pierce Brosnan one. Ooh, License to Kill, Timothy Dalton. That's a great one. I think he's fighting like a drug cartel in that one, and it's pretty off the wall. Jonathan Pryce. That's who I'm thinking of. Jonathan Pryce. You know, ever since he played the Sparrow in Game of Thrones, I just can't see him as anything else because he was so bad, he was so evil as this character. Yeah, he was the bad guy in Tomorrow Never Dies. That was a good Bond villain. I just went on a total nerdy Bond trip because I just like hanging out with you. So anyway, your captain will be announcing that project soon. And in the meantime, you can find my books, Blood and Oak, an epic sword and sales adventure on Amazon. Check it out. And I believe it is time. It's time to bid you farewell. We have trashed The Little Mermaid, which is no, but listen, your captain was wrong. I was wrong. We need to live in a colorblind society, and that is why I expect to see every race represented in Lilo and Stitch. I expect to see every race represented in Moana. I expect to see many more races than just Latinos in the live-action remakes of Encanto and Coco. I expect that fully. And you know what? They were right. It is wrong. It is wrong of us to ever show any fidelity to any cultural heritage. It is wrong of us to ever show a society which tends to favor one race over the other. It's even weird and stupid of us to assume that genetic traits are passed down from parents to their children. That is weird, and we need to stop that in our casting. We shouldn't even have actors even look like their parents anymore in their roles. Like, it just, I almost forgot to tell you. They cast the whitest white girl you have ever seen in your life to play Ursula's alter ego that tries to steal Prince Eric. Because I was thinking, this is what I was thinking. Because, in the original animated film, Ursula masquerades as a brunette version of Ariel. Like, she looks identical to Ariel, just with brown hair, and she's got the voice, and she tries to steal Eric to try and win the bet, And so I'm thinking, when this character is on the way, she's singing, I'm thinking, oh, here she comes. I'm thinking it's going to be Halle Berry playing the role of this evil Ursula alter ego, but like with different hair or something. I'm thinking they could be doing that, right? No. They find a white girl who looks perfect to play Ariel, just with brown hair. She had brown hair. They find the most perfect girl who looked like she should have played Ariel. And she is as evil, mean girl as you can imagine. Like they literally must have screen tested her. Like, okay, give us your mean face. Okay, give us your mean bully face. Yeah, give us your angry white girl Karen face. Cool, you're cast. I mean, she is the whitest character in the movie. And she's like, it's unbelievable. Oh, no. Oh, but that had nothing to do with the casting. No, we just cast the right person for the role. No, it had not. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. You're ignorant. You're ignorant if you think that that's what this was about. No, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. Anyway, I just thought I would note that. I just thought I would flag that for the audience. Coincidence? It's pure coincidence that the whitest girl ever plays Ursula's alter ego. Right? You know what it is? When I say she's the whitest girl ever, what I mean is, like, if I were just like a Wookiee, and I were just like, picture the most privileged, like wealthy, just out of touch Karen of a white girl you could picture, like that you would find in like, a Lindsay Lohan movie or something in high school. Just picture that. This is what they would picture. Like the poster face of like the enemy white girl of all the marginalized communities out there. I swear to God, that's like what I was like, wow, this is perfect casting. They really found a good one. They found she is a mean, she's just got that energy of like, she's a mean girl. Frankly, it was a more expressive performance than Halle Berry's. So, oh yeah, Starfury says translucent. Oh yeah, she couldn't have been whiter. She could not. They must have ordered her like no exposure to the sun in preparation for this role. Like you are not to have any exposure to the sun until end of filming. That's in your contract. You are to be in the shade at all times. You are to have SPF 67 sunblock at all times. That is required for your role. No reason. Just for the role. Fu Man Blue says no more Thursdays. Listen, okay, so Fu Man Blue is asking your captain if Thursdays shows will happen. In theory, we're always here on Thursdays in practice, So I'm working on an Iron Age project, which I'm attempting to launch and actually make money at. So that's number one, and it's a lot. It's ambitious. Frankly, it kind of scares the hell out of me a little because I am. It's going to be ambitious, but so I've got that. I have a day job, and I'm way behind on posting videos for this channel. And, you know, I'm trying. I'm trying. So I will see what I can do. I'm trying to get into a better position with my day job situation so that, you know, your captain is a strategist. I scale. I find ways to like multiply my time, right? That is the goal of every entrepreneur. You must find ways to multiply your time. So I'm just in a phase where the flywheel is a little slow right now, and I'm just trying to get it spinning, get it really cooking. So I will, but because you expressed interest, I will do my best. I will see if we can get a Thursday show together this week, especially since I do believe I'm going to be seeing Transformers on Thursday. I might not be able to see Transformers if I do a Thursday show because it would not be tenable. But we'll see. So I will take that under, Captain, we'll take your request under advisement. Booman Blue says, sweet, good luck. You're about to start making bank here for sure. You're growing a lot fast. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. It means a lot to me, really. When I started this channel, I thought, well, gee, if I was like Jeff Loveness, you know, I was like, if I could just get like 100 subs, that would just be the best thing ever. And then I got 100 subs, and I was like, people actually want to hear what I think about things. That's kind of weird. But anyway. No, it's cool. I appreciate it. It's so much fun. It's so much more fun than I even realized it would be, just interacting with you. And, you know, it's kind of just what I do in my free time anyway with my friends is I just bend their ear about all my opinions, about all the shit. I used to have a guy at work that would come up to me after every movie came out, every Marvel, this was back in Phase 1 days when Force Awakens was coming out, you know, and he'd just be like, Garrett, I have to hear what you think of this movie. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I have to hear what you think about it before I hear anyone else's thoughts. And I was like, yeah, you know, I should really consider a blog. I should consider a podcast. I should. Wrangler says, hail the Iron Age. Hail the Iron Age. And I am working. I'm excited. I'm probably going to have a video to play for you soon on that subject. Maybe Thursday. Starfury says, I can't wait until you no longer need a day job. Fingers crossed. Oh, and I will tell you, Starfury, that is the plan. You know, I started this channel and I said, you know, like any of my projects, I ain't playing around. Like, this is for real. My goal is, you know, I heard Disparu, of all people. I heard Disparu talking about, he was thanking his audience for, he started, he said a year ago, I had 100 subscribers. Something like 8 months ago, I had like 10,000 and now I have 100,000. And it was exactly 1 year. And I just thought, let's see if I can beat that. So anyway, we'll see. But if I weren't also working on an Iron Age project, I can promise you this channel would have a lot more attention. Not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's only to say that negotiating how much of my time to spend on each thing is a freaking it's a freaking challenge, and it had a lot to do with whether I was going to see The Little Mermaid, to be quite honest with you. I literally was asking myself, is this the best thing I could do on my channel? Is to spend 2 hours and 20 minutes watching this movie? Is that really the best use? Is it going to benefit the channel and the audience? And I thought, it's going to be fun to roast, so if I'm having fun, that's going to benefit the audience. So I thought, all right, I will. It was hard. I'm not shitting you. It was hard for me. Do I edit a video or do I watch Little Mermaid for the live stream? And that it's amazing what an opportunity cost that was for me. I was really struggling with it. And I think it was partly why I snapped at the audience people, because I snapped at the theater people because I was under so much stress. I'm like, dude, I'm a 40-year-old dude. I'm going to pick up my ticket to Little Mermaid. It's like I'm alone. Oh my God, this is awful. It's so embarrassing. And I'm like, because I would never watch this movie if not for this. I would never. And so, and also I'm thinking, is this even the best use of my time? Should I be at home editing a video right now? And the one pleasure I have, the one pleasure that your humble captain has is his Starbucks espresso. And they couldn't allow me to have it. They just don't, get out. We don't want you here. we don't want your business. It's like, and I couldn't be reasonable. I was not in a state of mind where I could be reasonable, and I just let him have it. I didn't yell. In my head, I'm like, oh my God, I'm screaming at them. It's like, not really. What it probably sounded like was, well, I was going to spend some money here, and now I'm not. And so I'm very unhappy. Thank you for the refund. I'm probably underselling it a little. I gave him the business, I did. Imagine if I had just been like, I'm a very important YouTuber, and I have a channel, and my audience is expecting, and if I don't have my coffee, I can't do a good job at my work. Imagine if I just put it on TikTok, just feel like I'm just going off on him. Imagine if I just gotten all precious about it. It's funny too, because I don't even want, like, it would help if I one adult ticket to the Little Mermaid. It would be so helpful if I could take that ticket and say, yes, I'm a YouTuber. I review movies. That's why I'm watching this. But I don't even want to do that, because that would be identifying myself with my work, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep myself one remove. My work is not my identity. It's my work. Same goes for my writing. And it's like, so I don't want to go around saying I'm a YouTuber, because it's like, there's a lot of reasons, but that's one reason. It's like, you want to keep yourself 1 degree of separation from your craft, right? But at the same time, it would be nice to be able to just look, okay, I review films professionally. Well, I actually should say I review films very vulgarly and unprofessionally, but it nevertheless, it is why I am here. Starfury says, to be honest, I'm grateful for whatever I get from you, all wonderful media makers, because I cannot go back to watching normal TV. Same here. That's how I found my way here, to be honest with you, Starfury, because I literally got to a point where I still really can't. Silo's kind of an exception. I cannot find anything to watch anymore. Like nothing. Like Stranger Things, maybe the last show, I think Tulsa King, I enjoyed that. But honestly, but look, what do I love most? It's right there. It's right there. Swords and Starships. That is what your captain loves. And guess what I can never find these days? Swords or Starships. I showed you that clip of the great Jonathan Pryce was just in my, Ray Stevenson. He's got 2 first names. That's the problem. The great Ray Stevenson as Blackbeard in Black Sails. Like, that was just incredible. And that's like one of the last great Swords things I've had. And one of the last great Starship things was the Orville, and that's over. And Picard season 3, that's melancholy, because I knew that, we're never getting another season like that of Star Trek ever. We're never getting anything like that again. So it's a little sad. It's like, yeah, I know that this is goodbye. So, I enjoy a Breaking Bad. I enjoy a Tulsa King, but there's nothing in the world like a show like Battlestar Galactica, right? That show was incredible. I could rewatch it any day of the week. I love that show so much. The Reimagined series, it's one of my favorite things I've ever watched. There's nothing like that anymore. And so that is how I found my way to YouTube, because I started, I think Critical Drinker was my gateway to the alt-right. I started watching Critical Drinkers reviews, and I was like, this guy is right about everything. He is exactly pinpointing every single thing that is wrong with all these movies. And then that led me to Gary and to Mahler and to all the others. And I realized, like, this is way more fun to watch. Like, dude, House of the Dragon was one of the best experiences I've had with TV in like years, because I wasn't going to watch it because I had no interest in it. But then Gary was doing Nerdrotic, was doing that after show where they were kind of evaluating it skeptically. They were like, well, let's see how it goes, and we'll do this after show. I had so much fun watching the show and then watching the after show. That was just a blast. And like every episode, it just got bigger, and it felt like watching with friends. It was so much fun. So yeah, I totally am with you. I like what Gary says when he says, I am also part of the audience. And that is true. I am part of the audience. And in my writing, I feel the same way. It's like, I am also a member of the audience for the stories I'm writing, and they better be fun, and they better be good. They better have real emotional stakes, and I do my best. I do my best. It is a craft, though, and you must give it attention. Oh, yes. You mentioned Chuck Dixon. Oh, yeah, I would. You mentioned Conan. I think Chuck Dixon is working on that. I'm so down for that. Also, did you see on Rippaverse updates, Eric July, the Alpha Core comic, the Alpha Core characters are getting their own comic book by, was it, who was it? Who is it that's doing the Alpha Core? I wanted to say Chuck Dixon, but now I'm thinking I'm wrong about that. Remind me, chat. I think it was Chuck Dixon, but I could be wrong about that. But anyway, big heavy hitter joining the Rippaverse. That is so cool. And I have so, I look at Eric July's model, and my goal is to replicate exactly what he's doing with my Iron Age work. Like, I 100%. I'm like, that is, his business model is brilliant. He is an incredible entrepreneur. I am so, and he's a great artist, quite frankly. He's a craftsman and an art entrepreneur, and I have great respect. And I did an honest, if you want to see my review on this channel of ISOM, check it out. It's an honest review. You know, I feel like I noted the things in ISOM I felt were a bit rough. But honestly, what impressed me the most, though, is that I get the feeling when I read ISOM that he's just very carefully laying each brick of the foundation. And he's just allowing the story to only grow with its proper scale. You know, he's not trying to outrun his own content. He's like, no, this is one story about one interesting hero, and I'm going to sort of build around him the interesting other elements that are interesting, but we don't know much about them yet. And it's just going to be this close to the ground, gritty superhero. And it's fantastic. It's exactly what it should be. And there's so much potential, and I'm so excited. And I just think that's the way to do it. You earn the audience. You earn it through the actual dollars that people are willing to spend on it. There is no greater test of whether, as an artist, you've succeeded, in my view, than if you can build an audience. And if that audience is willing to fall in love with your story, or if they do fall in love with your story and then are willing to invest in it, like, that's, I don't understand why these woke writers don't want that. To be quite honest with you, when I hear these whiners who are given, you know, careers that any writer would just dream to have, and all they want to do is whine and bitch about it and talk about how, oh, you know, Whitey is holding me down. And it's like, you know, Jeff Loveness of Ant-Man Quantumania. Oh, MODOK was cool. Don't you want your work to earn an audience? Don't you desire that? I don't understand this mindset. As an artist, as a writer, it's weird to me. I don't understand these people not wanting their audience to respect what they do. You know, and I understand, like, having to stick to your guns when the audience doesn't like a choice you made creatively. Like, I understand that. And there's a reasonable level of saying to the fans, I understand how you feel. I felt it was the right choice for this character. I'm sorry you're disappointed, but I hear you. It's like, you know, if I were in that position, that's how I would approach it. It's like, I promise you I did not have this direction in the story lightly. And look, if it was a screw up, which, you know, no writer is ever going to go their whole career without screwing something up in their work. And I'm sure I'm no exception. And it's like, yeah, if that was a mistake, it's like, it was a mistake. I'll do my best going forward. You know, if I really ruined this character, or if I made a bad decision with this character, like, I would never want to dismiss that. But honestly, you know, I'm reminded of the Mass Effect 3 controversy when I played the Mass Effect 3 ending, and I just remember sitting at my console and, you know, my Xbox in front of the TV, and I just remember loving every minute of that game up until the last minute. It's like, I loved every minute of it up until the last minute. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? what in the hell was that? And I remember thinking that was not an ending of any kind. And that was the first time I had ever done anything like this, and maybe the last time. I don't think I've ever done it since. I literally posted on their Facebook page, and I wrote a very sternly worded letter explaining I was not happy with that ending. But you know what? It was respectful, and it was very detailed, and I was also being charitable as well. I said, look, I understand the position you're in. I understand you can't please everyone. Listen, this was not a reasonable amount of an ending. Like, you didn't answer any of the questions for the character. And then they did the extended cut, which is not perfect, but the extended cut was way better. And they worked hard on it, and they did answer that feedback. And I remember that Casey Hudson, the director of the Mass Effect project at the time, you know, he was a little bit defensive about it, but he did also say, like, we hear your feedback. We know this story means a lot to you. And I just remember that they kind of were talking about how difficult it was to write an ending, you know, I remember them talking about how much work they had put into that ending and how proud they had been of it. But they were also acknowledging that the fans still felt they didn't get enough of an answer, or enough of a resolution. And I felt like that was a pretty fair response, because they were basically saying, well, this was our creative choice, and we understand some people are upset with it. On the other hand, you know, it is our creative choice, but on the other hand, we hear you. Like, you feel like there were unanswered questions. And so I felt like that was a fair compromise. So I don't understand these writers who feel no responsibility to their audience, because it's like, who are you writing for, bro? Like Mr. Loveness, who are you writing for? Because it ain't for an audience if you think Quantum Mania was anything but a turd. You know, it's like... Kathleen, KK, what are you doing over there? You know, she's not really a craftsman, though. She's not a writer. She's not an artist. She is a corporate executive bean counter. That is all she is. She doesn't have any actual creative vision. She thinks she does. She thinks she's a genius. She thinks she's God's gift to storytelling. She doesn't know dick. Yeah, well, probably literally. No, but... I'm trying to think of another example. Kurtzman, there you go. Kurtzman, baby. Who are you doing this for?
Yeah, well, for people that are enlightened and actually understands that Star Trek has always been progressive.
No, he's doing it because he's lining his pockets. He doesn't care about the work. He doesn't care about creating something. Anyway, Captain Rant over. Star Fury says, which, I jump in on the chat. Perhaps if they use Chat GPT, they might make better stuff. I got to tell you, I poke around Chat GPT, and it actually spits out things that I swear to God, you could paste it right into a Kurtzman Trek dialogue, and it would fit perfectly. Star Fury says, Mass Effect 3 left me empty. That's sad. What I will say about Mass Effect 3 is that it was 98% of a great ending. Because the whole game is the ending. Like, the whole game is the ending to Shepard's story, and 98% of it, I really enjoyed the hell out of it. The ending itself, I just think it was a mistake to get cute with the whole idea of, like, oh, there's 3 choices and you got to choose one. It was like, no, I don't think that is the right way to get at it. I feel like the Mass Effect 2 suicide mission was the way to do it. There is a clear objective, kind of one interesting choice at the end, but at the end of the day, it's about Shepard saving the day. And how many people will you have to sacrifice to do it? Mass Effect 3 should have been the same thing. It should have been how many species get wiped out by the Reapers based on Shepard's performance. Like, how well does Shepard prepare? And if you don't prepare well enough, the Quarians were annihilated, or the Asari were annihilated, but we saved the humans and the Turians. And that would have been the way to get at the ending. And they just got too cute with it. I also think they got way too cute with the Elusive Man ending, because originally Harbinger was going to be Shepard's nemesis in Mass Effect 3, which is what they were setting up in Mass Effect 2, which makes sense. Now, Harbinger is not necessarily the most interesting villain that they've ever had in Mass Effect, but I think it could have worked. I think he could have worked as the antagonist for Shepard. They could have they implied that Harbinger had a specific kind of rivalry with Shepard that was mysterious and interesting, and I think that could have been cool. We're talking Mass Effect now, folks. We're in overtime. This is officially Swords and Starships, the Captain's Cast overtime. 1 day for members only, but monetization is pending. So for now, enjoy. Yeah, my theoretical audience. No, I'm just kidding. Well, there's 1,000 of you. 1,000. But they decided, the decision was taken that the Elusive Man would be Shepard's nemesis at the end. That's not entirely a bad decision. I certainly love the Elusive Man as an antagonist in Mass Effect 3, and I just love the Elusive Man. He's one of my favorite characters ever. And played magnificently by Sheen. Not Charlie Sheen. Oh my God, my memory is shot today. Martin Sheen, duh. Okay, yeah, played brilliantly by Martin Sheen. Yeah, so Martin. Fun fact for you: Martin Sheen doesn't smoke, so when he was doing the Elusive Man smoking scenes, he would use like a pen when he was doing the voice. I thought that was cool. Anyway, great character, and I love because he's so complex. So they decided that because the Elusive Man was the most interesting character, they would make him the villain at the end, and they were going to have this big fight. They were going to have this big monster fight, boss fight with Shepard versus the Elusive Man. But when they were, storyboarding it, they realized, well, this doesn't actually make any sense because the Elusive Man's weapon is not weapons. The Elusive Man's weapon is his mind. It's his knowledge and his mind. And so they retooled it to be that kind of bizarre scene where Shepard has to out-talk the Elusive Man at the end, which would have been a nice prelude to the boss fight with Harbinger, I think, but instead they made that the final boss fight is just a conversation with the Elusive Man. And I think that's not... I understand their reasoning. I agree that it would not have been the right fit to have a physical boss fight with the Elusive Man. I actually agree with that reasoning. I just don't agree with the conclusion that, like, okay, therefore, the final boss fight is the Elusive Man arguing with Shepard. That's not the final boss fight. So yeah, I have my problems with it. But at the end of the day, I love Mass Effect. It's one of my favorite... It's my favorite video game series of all time, actually. I've played it probably 100 times all the way through with different characters, different classes. I've made all the decisions. Most of the decisions. There's some decisions in it that are just so ruthless, I can't do it. I'd have to be a nihilist like Starfury over there to do the really... I'm just kidding, Starfury. But to do the really ruthless Shepard stuff, I'd have to really... Okay, so I did one playthrough where I sabotaged the Krogan genophage cure. Dude, it did not sit right with me. Like, because what happens when you do that? I was not prepared for how brutal it was, and it was something else. And I almost went back and restored my save to like undo the decision because it was just a for fun playthrough. It wasn't like my main character. I was like, I'm just gonna do one playthrough where I make the worst decisions. And so I did that one, and I was like, I can't live with that. Like, I can't live with that being my Shepard's choice. But then I was like, no. Let it ride. Just let it ride. And so I let it ride, but it was rough. It was rough. And then I'm glad I did, though, because then something else happens that I never would have seen if I hadn't committed to that choice. And I'm such a nice guy when I play Mass Effect. I actually play as a renegade more often than a paragon, but I'm like a good renegade, like an anti-hero renegade. So I don't make all the most ruthless decisions. I only make the badass ruthless decisions, like pushing the merc out the window. That's one of my favorite ones. But like if it's be mean to Tali, I'm like, no, I'm never going to be mean to Tali. Like, stop with that. That's not going to happen. Tali is sweet and adorable. I would never be mean to her. So something happens that was a total surprise. I don't know why am I trying to protect you from spoilers in Mass Effect? The game is like 10 years old by now. Okay, so what happens is if you sabotage the genophage cure, you have to shoot Morden. You have to kill him. You have to kill Morden. It's so awful, too. I really hate it. And they have this sad scene where Morden he's dying, but he's like trying to climb to the genophage cure, and he almost gets there, and then his hand falls, and he doesn't succeed. And so you've sabotaged the cure, but all the Krogan think that you haven't, for a while, that is. Well, throughout the course of the game, as you're running through the Citadel, doing your different side quests and what have you, in the course of that, you will go up to the Normandy's bay, and you will open the door to get on board the Normandy. And what happens whenever you go to that door is you go to a loading screen, and then you're on the Normandy. But occasionally, the game will have a little story cutscene that'll interrupt that. And it'll be like, oh, it's Caden, and he's joining your team, and you have to talk to him. Well, so what happened was, a couple of missions later, I'm going to my Normandy bay, and just like normal, I'm going to board the Normandy to get on my ship to do the next mission, and I'm expecting the loading screen. There's no loading screen. The door just opens, and it's Rex, the Krogan, leader of the Krogan, and he is mad as a hornet, and he's like, Shepard, I know what you did. And he starts shooting at me. And of course, Shepard has to like run away and take cover and no, Rex. And you could deny it. You can lie to him. Oh my God, that's so soul crushing. And so you lie to him and you literally have to kill Rex because he's going to kill you. And then Bailey shows up, the cop, and he's like, what happened I thought that guy was your ally. Yeah. Wow. And Shepard just makes up a lie. Like a frickin' psychopath. You're just like, I don't know. He just went crazy. I'm like, whoa. I cannot be this ruthless in the Mass Effect universe. I'm just not built for it. But I have to admit, I never knew that was there. And so, I will give BioWare credit. People say that, they didn't put, there wasn't really all that many meaningful choices. Dude, then you haven't played enough playthroughs. Because I'm telling you, there are Easter eggs in that game that if you don't make a very specific series of choices, you will never see it. And I never would have seen that if I had not made literally choices throughout all three games. You have to save Rex on Vermai in the first one. You have to continue helping him on Tuchanka in the second one. And then you have to betray him in the third one in order to have that one cutscene where he attacks you. Think about that. That's a lot of permutations of choices they had to factor out. So I have nothing but respect for BioWare, even when they are not always as successful as you would hope they are. Fuman Blue says, 100 times? I thought I was a nerd, bruh. No, I have a weird obsession with Mass Effect. Look. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Swords and Starships. Mass Effect is an immersive, story-driven experience in which I am able to command my own starship. So, therefore, I love Mass Effect a lot. So, yes, yes, I have a weird obsession with it. Ask any of my friends. I've even been a game master running pen and paper RPGs in the Mass Effect universe that were pretty good, I have to tell you. Fuman Blue says, I think I just watched the alternate endings online after I was done. Yes. I've done that with some... You know what I had to do? You know the game Alien Isolation, which is a really great game? I played that as long as I could. And I even got to the point where I had the flamethrower, which Alien Isolation is brilliant. It is a brilliant game. If you've never played it, they basically recreated the first Ridley Scott Alien film, and they even recreated the experience of fighting an invincible alien. It's freaking brilliant. It was incredible. It was incredible, that game. However, look, there's only so much adrenaline my poor body can take, okay? I just can only experience the alien, breathing as I'm cowering below a desk so many times before my heart just can't take it anymore. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I just want to know how the game ends. I can't play it anymore, though, because it keeps going and it's not ending. And I can't do this. I can't do this forever. And so what I did is I went on YouTube and I watched one of those movies that someone made of just all the cutscenes and everything. And it was great. I was like, wow, that was a really good ending. Holy shit. I had no idea how far from the end I was. I thought I was close to the end. I was nowhere close. I was like, oh my God, you have to go through the whole hive. You have to, it turns out that there's not one alien, there's 1,000. Oh my God, that game just goes on and on forever. Brilliant game, but like, sorry, I got through Dead Space. I got all the way through Dead Space and halfway through Dead Space 2 before that one broke me. I just was like, oh, those games take a certain constitution, but I love Dead Space. Fu Man Blue says, not seen Isolation. I put it on my wish list. LOL sounds great. So look, Alien Isolation, it is made as a direct sequel to the Ridley Scott original Alien film. It is retro-futuristic. They literally recreate the look and feel of how everything looked and felt in the first Alien film. They recreate it in this space station in the game universe. All the technology looks and sounds like 70s futuristic technology. It's all analog and has dials. It's unbelievable. They have a motion tracker in it. And it is not like Aliens versus Predator or any of those other Aliens games where you've got like a rocket launcher and you're just mowing down all the aliens and they're coming at you. No, you are like Ripley. You are Ripley because you're her daughter in the game, which is a cool concept. She's investigating her mother's disappearance, which is cool. So it even fits in with the Alien storyline. So it's like you're watching the movie between Alien and Aliens, which is super cool. And what's neat about it is that it's a stealth game because when the alien shows up, like you can't fight it. Like it will kill you. And they have all these cool little death scenes. Like if it gets you, the tail comes through your chest and you just see it. Oh, it's cool. It's super cool. And you can't save anywhere. Like there's save points. So there's a real sense of peril and dread. And like hiding is something you got to get good at in this game. Like you start noticing, ooh, that looks like a hiding spot. Oh, is that a locker I can hide in? Cool. I'll remember that. That's literally how you start thinking in this game. They developed this AI. I have a friend who's very fascinated by this game, and he explained all this to me. I didn't figure all this out. He just explained all this to me. They developed an AI for the alien's behavior that learns. They developed an AI that literally learns. So what it does is the alien is always looking for you in the game, right? Whenever you make a noise, whenever you do certain things, it triggers the alien's awareness of your possible location to increase. And so the computer generated the AI that's powering the alien. It is allowed to know more about where you might be, the more noise you make, right? And then it starts to and as it gets closer to you, its awareness goes even higher, right? And then what happens is if it goes too long without finding you, it starts to get agitated. And so the game starts feeding it other data to try and help find you. So it's literally designed to try and beat you. It's freaking cool, man. But it's terrifying. It's terrifying. And so even making sounds in it, but there's not just aliens. There's other enemies in the game. And it's very cool. So yeah, so you enjoy that, Fu Man Blue. Have fun with it. All right, I gotta wrap it up. You know, I know it's late for some of the viewers out there. It has been great fun. We've been talking video games and everything. Fu Man Blue says never played anything like it. You haven't. There's no game like it. I would say Dead Space is close. No, it's not really, because Dead Space is still a fighting game. Like in Alien, you have weapons, but they're more to be used as distractions and tools. Actually, what's really clever about it is Ripley, the character in the story, Ellen Ripley's daughter is who you play as. She is an engineer. And so the things that you have to do in the game are usually engineering related. You have to get the right torch to cut through a door. You have to use components to create noisemakers. It's freaking cool, man. It's such an interesting, it's a brilliant game. Whoever came up with that idea, that was a risky move because it's very against conventional video game making. It's wouldn't this bore players to never be able to fight the alien? It's no, it's freaking riveting. All right, cool. All right, everybody, the captain. We have arrived at port. It is time for us to disembark and retire to our quarters. So Captain Salute to the crew, Fu Man Blue, Wrangler, Star Fury, and Tom, all others lurking, watching. Thank you for watching the Captain's Cast on Swords and Starships Channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett, and we will see you out there.